Brooklyn Bridge as we transition here to South Ozone Park, New York on a sloppy racetrack to kick things off. Turf racing in the books for the year. So we're gonna have a lot of dirt action coming up, including this entire card today. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling, bringing the rest of the crew in a moment. How you doing?
I'm doing well, and I think Glenn Kozak, our track super and extraordinaire, deserves a Handicapper of the Year award for choosing to end turf racing, and right away it rained afterwards. Do you think if he ended a week earlier, it would have rained last week?
Probably. He's that good.
He controlling the weather, yeah. It's impressive.
We are about 10 minutes away from our first race on this Thursday card. So again, sloppy to begin things. Race 2. Pretty intriguing allowance feature we'll have coming up at 1 1/8, an entry-level allowance group. And then race 7, these presented by Claiborne Farm, by the way. What's ahead? 7th race, very good sprint, although we lost one of the big names in there. True Empress will come out, who had won 3 of her last 4, 12-time winner, but we still have amazing Dottie in here. She's won 4 of her last 5. She is quick, she's speedy, but she doesn't have to be on the lead, does she?
Well, she didn't. She won without the lead in her last start. Now, they were going a very, very slow pace, and while I look at the time form pace projector, they have her as the main speed. I'm a little bit skeptical of whether or not she's going to be in front of Sue Ellen Michigan in this race, and even My Bronx Bobby on the outside has a little more speed, and she's the one who was in front of Amazing Dottie in this race. So whether or not she's a speed, that's a little bit questionable. We'll see, but she is probably the horse to beat, though I'm going to try to beat her.
Most of those wins, she's 9 for 22 lifetime, have come at Finger Lakes, but obviously she came here September 19th and proved she could win on this circuit as well against the big guns, bigger competition. We'll see if she can do it again. She is the morning line favorite, and she'll try to keep things rolling in here. So we look forward to that. Race 7 on the card. You can play all the action today by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus with that code right there, bonus 200. Punch that in for new members and sign up. You are good to go. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. Gonna kick things off with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We have 2-year-old fillies kicking things off in this maiden special weight as all try to get that first win of their career, 1 turn mile. And Kiss Me Slow will have the rail for Chad Brown. Faced a pretty good one in the debut.
Yeah, she did. She lost the very impressive Immersive, who's undefeated, having won 3 Grade 1s, winning the Spinaway, winning the Alcibiades, and then winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She ran okay in there. She ran like a horse that probably benefit from the race, and she's had some time since then, coming back almost 4 months later, actually, and we'll see if she handles this wet track. And she has a reasonable foe and Sharp Smile on the outside, who lost to a promising firster fully subscribed.
Comes from a pretty big family of talented runners as well. There's a lot to like here as we get set to see start number 2 as we head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, that's right. As we'll start with number 3, Kiss Me Slow. And as you mentioned, she does come from one of those highly regarded Phipps family pedigrees. And with that being said, usually a little bit more ground is preferable to these types, as she'll switch from the 6 furlongs to the mile today. And while she broke well in that first start, she just couldn't keep pace. She just, early on, she was running like a horse that wanted more ground. So she's going to get it here. She looks okay coming back off a little bit of a layoff. I wish she looked a little bit stronger. Wasn't in the paddock for her debut, but just wishing there was a little bit more of her. But still, I think she should be respected. Now on to a horse who's switching surfaces, but definitely got the distance first time out. That's the 2B. She's fascinating. She didn't do much running that day, but there's some pedigree to say that she should be fine on the main track. The half was okay sprinting on the dirt, and if you go back a generation, the Dam half to Travers winner Bob and John. So there's distance as well, and she's huge. She's very tall, very leggy, definitely wants the ground, and I'm okay with her getting to this surface. She is sharp though, as she does add a pair of cheater blinkers as well. So looking for her to maybe show a little bit more early foot than what she did first time out on the turf, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5 minutes away as we get set for our post parade for this opening race on our Thursday card. Riders up, coming out onto the track. Pick 5 pool to kick off this Thursday afternoon up at over 6 figures. And here is the remaining half of the entry of the 1 and 1A Vanilla Sunday.
Took a little bit of money, not a surprising thing considering as a gun runner coming out for Todd Pletcher, and a low-priced gun runner, $150,000. Didn't do any running in that first date race.
She'll get post 3, post 2 to the 2B. See, fascinating.
Yeah, this one's one that chooses to run. She ran only on the dirt, and the pedigree is more leaning towards turf on the dam side.
There's the Chad Brown filly from that impressive family.
Yeah, currently co-first choice in here, and I think both Greg and I think that she's likely to be the one to beat.
Big pedigree here with Keep the Dream Alive for the debut for Bill Mott.
Yeah, as you were talking, it's a mile first time out could be a little bit tricky, but she's certainly got a big pedigree. In fact, her dam won the cotillion for Jerry Hollendorfer.
And Sharp Smile. It's Brad Cox. Blinkers come off.
Her last race was fine. She ran a solid effort in there behind a promising firster, fully subscribed. And it's Brad Cox. His horses have been running incredibly well, particularly in New York.
We'll show you that first start from her. That was first dirt start, I should say. She was making her second career start. She debuted on grass in Saratoga this summer. Here it is back on October 13th. She was forward early and beat by one of the top barns in the country. Chad Brown's fully subscribed.
Yeah, fully subscribed, I believe, is perhaps going to be pointing to the Demoiselle in her next start. And she was an impressive, good-looking firster that they were high on, and she ran to the expectations. But Star Smile ran well to be second in there. Nothing wrong with her effort, and she's been able to run reasonably well at 7 furlongs and has more recency than Kiss Me Slow. The board is showing them to be the 2 horses to beat.
So 8-5 favoritism there. Sharp Smile. Another, X factor thrown into today's card. This track conditions here with the sloppy going to kick things off is, we go back to Kiss Me Slow from the rail for Chad Brown. And we talk about that impressive family. The second dam, Storm Flag flying. Third dam, My Flag. Fourth dam was the Great Personal Ensign. That is
a lot of pedigree
some big-time runners.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Listen, I don't think there's really a whole lot to say in this race. It's the layoff on the number 3. Is that something that's concerning to you? The debut was certainly solid. And you have more recency with the 5, or do you want to take a firster in the 4, Keep the Dream Alive, who's the 3rd choice right now? Hard to make a big case for She's Fascinating, where they started on turf and did no running at 40-1. And really tough to like Vanilla Sunday unless she's just a completely different horse. And she's not taking any money at all. Excuse me.
Meanwhile, the intriguing first-time starter from the Bill Mott barn with more on Keep the Dream Alive. Let's go back to Maggie.
That's right, Greg. As you guys mentioned, has a lovely pedigree. This daughter of Into Mischief, with It Tis Well being her dam. Yes, she looks as though physically this distance is right up her alley. But obviously, you need to call into question the overall fitness to get this mile distance first time out. She's about 90% there, so not necessarily expecting a win first time out here, though I totally get why she's entered in this spot at this distance. She looks phenomenal. Otherwise, just like I said, has a little bit of extra weight, a little soft across her flank, just looking as though a race is really going to be beneficial to her. But she did get a nice warm up over the racetrack, so really liked the way that she moved over this wet surface too. I will watch her with a lot of intrigue, but I am going to land on number 5. I thought both the 3 and the 5 made sense, but at least Sharp Smile, I just like the appearance of her a little bit better on this particular day, and there's more recency with her. I thought last time on the dirt for the first time, a little bit headstrong with those blinkers on, and expended a little bit of, not necessarily too much energy, but just enough to against Manny Franco's hand that I'd like to see her relax a little bit more, but you'd have to think she's going to be forward from that outside post position, and she was just ultimately second best on the day. So I really like her overall. I picked her last time. I'm going to try with her again, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Minute away to kicking off this Thursday card as we expected. The 3 and the 5 dominating the wagering. You surprised we're not seeing a little more attention on the 4?
No, because you've got 2 horses that had to take a lot of money. One for Chad Brown, one for Brad Cox, that both ran respectably in their dirt races. So, there just isn't going to be much money to go around. To be honest with you, I'm shocked that the number 2B is a bigger price than the 1A. That, to me, is the biggest surprise. Why is anybody betting the 2B? Listen, who knows? Anything can happen. But I'd certainly rather take the 1A. Something may have gone wrong first time out. And people looking at the muddy track, that was a muddy Harrow track, a completely different track than we're seeing here. Don't worry about a little moisture in the track. It's more about sealed tracks. And interestingly enough, we have not seen a wet track here since September 29th.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, almost 2 months.
And Vanilla Sunday, the 1A, who you're talking about, comes out of a race where the runner-up was actually second in the Rags to Riches, a stakes race out of that performance.
I mean, wouldn't you bet at even money that the 1A beats the 2B?
Yes.
It feels like you're supposed to be laying 2-1. The 1A may not be very good, but who knows if the 2B can run at all in the dirt. And the 1A, you'd think that she would improve a little bit. I don't know the story. One thing, I mean, she's a $150,000 gun runner. Compare her to her scratch stablemate, who is a $150,000 outwork. Outwork stands for $10,000. Gun runner stands for $250,000. $150,000 for a gun runner is like just incredibly cheap. But sometimes, listen. Arcangelo had $1 million pedigree and sold for $35,000. So while for the most part, I think it's important to note when these horses have pedigrees and you expect them to sell for more money and they don't, that doesn't, though, preclude a good pedigree from escaping and getting by and being a good racehorse.
Even money now on Kiss Me Slow, coming out of a debut where she had to face a filly who's going to be the crown of the champion, 2-year-old filly. Immersive. Start number 2 for Kiss Me Slow for the Chad Brown barn, Flavia Pratt, who's your likely, well, both those two. Likely Eclipse Award winners coming up very shortly here.
Well, especially after Flavian goes to Mahoning Valley on Monday. I think it's sort of important in any Eclipse Award winning year. You have to make that stop. Big race day there. I was looking at there.
Couldn't resist, could you?
I was looking at their card. No. Somebody on Twitter alerted me to it.
No, it's Cleveland. A great card, but he's pretty much wrapped it up.
I think he's got it.
And I know you know
I'd hate to see he'd lose it because of the bad showing.
But still, you got to finish strong to the end of the year. I mean, you can't let it get away from you.
Yeah, and I don't think you're sitting around thinking about the Eclipse Award. You're thinking about riding horses in big races. And listen, it's a great situation to be in.
Thursday card begins here. Kiss Me Slow, 6-5 favorite from the rail. Start number 2 for Chad Brown, and not far behind on the board, Sharp Smile. Blinkers come off for Dirt start number 2. Manny Franco for trainer Brad Cox. Let's get Chris Griffin to kick things off.
Moving forward. Sharp Smile. And now here comes Vanilla Sunday. Is in. All set. And they're off. Sharp Smile breaks swiftly from the outside, and there's Vanilla Sunday. In between horses, Vanilla Sunday is now a half length in front, extends the margin just a touch, and Sharp Smile's going to be stalking right there in second, moving forward towards the inside. That's Kiss Me Slow. Is traveling in tandem with Keep the Dream Alive, and the trailer early on is She's Fascinating. They hook up with the backstretch. The leader is Vanilla Sunday. Head-and-head battle here, though, is Sharp Smile out in the center of the racetrack. 23.46 for the opening quarter mile. Keep the Dream Alive is progressing as that shared third as they're running in 2 groups right now as She's Fascinating splits rivals, starts to move forward, and at the rail still, that's Kiss Me Slow. And Flavia Pratt, easy opening quarter there of 23.46, and now Vanilla Sunday encouraged to now press on just a touch as a neck in front of Sharp Smile, who's been there the entire journey. 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Right in behind them, that's Kiss Me Slow. Ground-saving trip towards the inside, but She's Fascinating holds that position too. They're 2x2, the front quartet. Keep the Dream Alive has tailed off to be the distant trailer, now 7 lengths off the lead, and the leader is Sharp Smile. The gray Sharp Smile is trying to put away Vanilla Sunday off the rail immediately as Kiss Me Slow is going to rally 3 wide. It looks like it's between this trio right now, but Sharp Smile's got plenty so far. It's Sharp Smile and Manny Franco trying to kick away. The main danger is Kiss Me Slow, but is losing ground as the leader starts to skip away. Now straightening up, here's Kiss Me Slow trying one more time. Sharp Smile is still with a 2-length cushion. Sharp Smile, Kiss Me Slow inside the final 16th. Here comes Kiss Me Slow, trying one final time. Sharp Smile almost there. Sharp Smile wins the opener. Sharp Smile over Kiss Me Slow. She's Fascinating. Vanilla Sunday and Keep the Dream Alive. And 1:38.3 5 seconds.
Sharp Smile, Brad Cox, Manny Franco just holding off Kiss Me Slow to kick off this Thursday card.
Yeah, Kiss Me Slow had every chance to catch Sharp Smile, but that one who stalked the outside, the overmatched rival, and took off in the stretch and felt like Kiss Me Slow might get to her, angling out, kind of lugged in a little bit, but at the end of the day, she just couldn't really catch her and sort of held her at bay by about a length throughout the stretch. As Sharp Smile, the second choice, beats the favorite, Kiss Me Slow.
So 2-year-old filly, second dirt start, third overall. We knew was going to have first run on Kiss Me Slow. And proved tough to be run down here late is a slight second choice at 8-5. 5-3, 2B, 1A. We were wrong there.
2B got the best of 1A, 8-1 or 7-1. The money was right about Vanilla Sunday, and the first or the 4, Dream Alive, was never, ever in contention.
Didn't look phased, not like this wet track.
Maybe not.
One more look.
Better hope.
Yeah, 8-5, second choice. It's Manny Franco to kick off our Thursday action. And Sharp Smile breaks her maiden. Start number 3. Again, a minor upset. The two very logical ones, run 1-2 here in the opener to kick off the card. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look back to weekend action. Pretty good closing weekend on the final 2 turf stakes of the year on the circuit for Graham Motion. He takes them both. Jack and Jim in the Central Park. And Laura Leno was a lot closer than she was in her debut to take the Tepin.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, Drain the Clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Welcome back to the show. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Well, breaking through, Sharp Smile. She did so for trainer Brad Cox. Manny Franco aboard, and pleased to be joined by the guy who does it all for Brad Cox here in New York, Dustin Dugas. And you've done so well with Brad's horses up here, Dustin. first of all, how many does he leave you with here? Are you staying the winter? And talk a little bit about the success you've had for the barn.
Well, currently we have 32 right now. Yeah, we're up in numbers as opposed to last year. So we're going into the winter fully loaded. But no, the team does a great job up here. You know, we've got a really good backing behind us, and Brad's always sends us good horses to work with. So it really works out good.
Doing a lot of claiming as well, but this one obviously in her third start, taking the blinkers off. She seemed to be a little bit keen early on. Was that why you took them off today?
It is, yeah. She's a very keen filly in the morning as well as in her races, and she was a little green, so we added the blinkers thinking that would maybe help her, but it just added to her keenness. So we took them off today, and it paid off.
You do such a great job. You get on a lot of the horses yourself too. Talk a little bit how instrumental that can be, especially being an assistant or a trainer yourself.
I know it's good because you can, on top of watching them train, you get to feel them, how they go when you do get to ride them. So and I breeze them as well. I'm still somewhat light enough to breeze them, so I'll do that. And no, it definitely helps, you know, because you get to the all-around aspect of it.
You've had a superstar juvenile in the New York bred ranks, sacrosanct. He'll be looking for another stakes win coming up. Where's he going?
He's going to run it in I forget the name of the stake, but it's the Stallion Series here in December. But no, he's training really good, doing well. He came out of the last race in great shape, so we're really happy with him and excited for him.
Absolutely. You've done an excellent job with him, and congratulations here, Sharp Smile.
Thank you so much.
All right, Dustin Dugas doing all the work for the Cox team up in New York, and feels like, Greg, they're going to have a strong presence throughout the winter.
That's good news, and it's like clockwork. I mean, this barn wins at, you can count on 28% a year, even with all the volume they have. It's remarkable.
Yeah, no, clearly Dustin does a good job in New York because the Cox horses run as well here as anywhere, if not better.
Spend-Through Farm 2-year-old race of the day goes to Sharp Smile. Breaks her maiden career start number 3. Of course, Spend-Through Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire into mischief. As we move on to race 2, start of the early pick 4, 1 1/8, entry-level allowance race. And Yo Daddy, Linda Rice, she has the horse to beat in each of the next 3 races coming up, including here.
I agree. We were talking about this a bit earlier, actually, in First Class Cat being 4-5 morning line in the next race. You've got a 8-5 morning line with Yo Daddy, and I assume the favorite, I think, under 2-1 in race number 4, strapped, I believe, is 8-5 morning line. What are we saying the over-under on?
That she wins all 3?
No, the over-under for number wins. I'm going to say 1.5.
Yeah, that's a good line.
And I picked 2 of them.
I'll go over.
She's going to have more wins in that sequence than Japanese horses in the Breeders' Cup races this year.
Taking shots.
I'm taking shots at the people that insisted they were going to come over here and dominate.
Yeah.
I'm glad they came over, and they obviously will end up doing well at some point, but I think people thought it was a lot easier to win those races than it actually is. And I think everybody that's involved in the Breeders' Cup races finds out just how hard it is to win those races.
But people thinking that, too, because of how amazing Japan has been on the international stage wherever they go, including with a couple of wins in,
I agree.
in the Breeders' Cup in the past. We're going to take a look back at some of the weekend action. Central Park Stakes, Graham Motion mentioned as we went to break. He took the final 2 turf stakes of the year. He nearly took the final 3, just missed in the Long Island with no-show Sammy Joe beat a nose.
Should have won.
Here's Jack and Jim, Central Park, whose debut was a little green, changing leads. They actually made a change, put a ring bit on him. Manny Franco had a little bit more control, and he was a lot more professional.
And he was able to work out a very, very good trip, getting to the rail and being able to save ground. You sort of look at his position down inside with that pink cap and the blue silks, and you look at the favorite, who was caught 3 wide in the first turn, shuffled back a bit there, and they're sort of neck and neck going to the turn. He ends up 2-3 lengths behind him. He obviously ran well, and boy, they knew he was going to run well. He was bad. Everybody liked him, everybody but me, and he ended up 2-1, and he got it done and ran well. But both he and Graham's filly that won on Sunday both ran promising races, and we'll see if these horses can develop next year and take steps forward to be real players in the division.
So debut had some issues, little green changing leads. That was not the case in this victory. Much more professional effort from Central Park, who is now 2 for 2. Seems like sky's the limit. And both these winners, it sounds like for Grand Motion, obviously turf season over here in New York, are going to head to Florida and either Gulfstream or Tampa likely next.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you want to go get – I don't know why people get carried away running in those stakes at Gulfstream. I think if you have a really good horse, you're probably not inclined to run too many times on that course, whereas, you know, your horse is sort of getting while you can, where these horses, maybe you see Graham look at a race like the Florida Oaks on the turf, similar to use a springboard to get to Keeneland and or Churchill, and then eventually here in the summer.
Meanwhile, on the Tepin, another 2-year-old, a filly who had won first time out. Now she is 2 for 2 as well. Laura Lynn, as she takes the Tepin, and Kendra Carmouche had her a lot closer in this stake than she was in her debut.
Well, she didn't get off that well and was sort of shuffled around early in the running of the race, and she was helped by the fact that a very good ride keeping the horse right inside of her with John Velasquez in the stretch. So by the time that horse was able to get clear, this one was long gone. She basically blind switched her, and she was probably her chief competition in this race. But it's a horse who was impressive, I thought, despite the trip first time out, and continued on to run well, and I think she's promising as well. Of the two, I actually like her more. They both ran, I think, the same 76 buyers.
Yeah.
I just thought she was one that I really liked this horse's debut. Probably just me.
Both undefeated, now 2 for 2. And good for Grand Motion. You know, we mentioned that tough beat with no-show Sammy Joe, but he's had a few tough beats over the past few months. So way to close out the year strong.
Yeah, I mean, Graham's a terrific trainer, and like all good trainers, listen, the better your horses are, the more live you are in races, the more tough beats you're going to take. You know, if your horses are slow and you're not a very good trainer, your horses won't take tough beats. They'll run 9th every time. In Graham's case, he has taken his share, and is it the Diana that he's had like a ton of seconds in photos?
Yes.
I think it's the Diana, right? He's lost a lot of those races by heads and noses. His day will come, and his day has come.
Meanwhile, we're going to go to Maggie right now. Maggie, a 2-year-old filly who's been perfect on the dirt. It remained that way as they tried something new with the Angels and the Key Sense.
Well, they kind of had to, Greg, as she was cutting back in distance and facing several rivals that had a lot of early sprint speed. So she had to take back when she broke along the rail and sat behind a wall of horses. In fact, she kind of got shuffled back a little bit. And then once Jose Ortiz was able to get her to the outside, then the afterburners came on and she was able to run down that field to win by a comfortable margin of 2 lengths in the end. Now, not her fastest race to date. She repeated what she ran in the Maid of the Mist in this Key Sense with a 79 buyer speed figure, but I thought just facing so much adversity and having to do it in a completely different style in a horse's young career is always something worth an honorable mention. So I do think she is very talented. We'll see what they opt to do with her. Maybe it does feel like she's one that, you know, is best maybe at the 7 furlongs, but Linda Rice, no matter what, has a very talented 2-year-old New York bred filly. You have to think that she's probably the favorite to win that 2-year-old New York bred filly of the year when those awards are presented in the springtime. So like I said, Greg, looking forward to what the future holds for this one.
Perfect 4 for 4, 3 consecutive stakes wins in a row. And Linda Rice, you know, talking afterwards, said likely one-turn races are her future. So 6 furlongs, 2 a mile seems like the max potentially, but they're looking at bringing her back maybe early February.
Okay, well, she's obviously good. She's won 4 races, but she'd be no match for the filly that won the day before and Shoot It True. Shoot It True, Wesley Ware had 2 fillies. He ran one in this race and the other one, Shoot It True, against the boys on Saturday. And, I mean, she absolutely destroyed that field. And there's some nice-looking horses in there with a 93 buyer running a very fast race. And I have a feeling that Linda will be hoping that with the Angels is in New York bred races, maybe Wesley wants to go to open company races because that's a scary horse, that Shoot It True.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. Grand Motion, as we just showed you, sweep of the final 2 stakes races on this circuit here in New York. He's got a big chance of the next race coming up. California Sober he'll send out. John Velasquez will be aboard. The debut from this son of Tonalist. It was a win on the dirt. Gets back on dirt for the first time since. Coming up.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple six-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. He ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Totalist is putting in a big late run, and Red Vine is splitting horses. The 4 of them come down to the line. Look like Totalist got there. Totalist with a big late run to win the Cigar Mile.
Well, what a career Tonalist had. Belmont Stakes winner for Christophe Clement, 2-time winner of the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Cigar Mile to end his career.
Not too many Grade 1 winners that have won Grade 1s in a mile and a quarter, and a mile and a half. And he would be one of the very, very few. And I'll tell you something interesting. It was Christophe Clement running 1-2 in this race with Red Vine getting up for second. I like Red Vine. He's a big fan. There's Robert
Son
Evans.
of Tappet, $3.6 million in an outstanding career.
He was a cool horse. How can you not love him? 2-time winner of the Jockey Club Gold. That kind of a bit of a throwback, to the time when horses ran for a long time, held their form for a long time. He was a really nice horse.
Well, in this race, 1.1 1/8 miles, and this is, being a son of Tonalist, you think this is a horse that can handle this distance. He won it 1 mile and 70 yards in his debut.
Well, as Wayne Lucas says, they can all get the distance. Just a question how fast.
True. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, and he looks like he should be able to handle this distance. Definitely a horse that has always run the 2-turn configuration. But back to the dirt today for number 6, California Sober. Clever name there, out of the damn new normal. Anyway, we'll take a look at him here in the paddock, as he's a big burly type, a horse that is very reminiscent of his aforementioned sire in Tonalist. Looks a lot like him. He's definitely stamped him. So with that being said, I like him in this spot here. Doesn't look overly turf-meant, and he'll have to get a little bit faster on the main track relative to that first race. He does break a little bit slow, and I wonder if that's because he is so big. It just feels like a common theme with horses that take up so much space in the starting stalls. They don't have as much room to kind of rock back and launch themselves forward to effectively use their hind ends to get out of the gate. So we'll see how he does today, but really makes a lovely impression. This Grand Motion trainee, as the barn continues to have a very prosperous Aqueduct meeting. Number 3 is Yo Daddy, who comes back off of a short layoff, but looks great. Checks all the boxes. Weight okay. That would be my one concern, is that his weight isn't quite as good as when I saw him back here on November 10th, but energy's superb. He came in marching into the paddock coat as well. All things good. And a horse that just kind of broke running, having to steady a little bit behind those early leaders when he got to the stretch and then went through, just got a little bit tired. So we'll see how he negotiates the 9 furlongs today, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. We'll start with the one who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1. Here's more Vino, blinkers on.
Well, I guess if you're the rider, you're going to try to wire the field with this long shot because he does look like the speed, but his stamina is a little lacking.
First of these 3 favorites for Linda Rice in the next 3 races, Yo Daddy.
His form in his last 3 dirt races, in my opinion, is just better than these horses.
Black Rain, you can question maybe if he wants his mile and an 1/8.
And he's also probably not getting the lead from the 4, though Flavian has a way of getting the lead when he wants it.
Stablemate for Todd Pletcher. Here's Pirate with Dylan Davis.
Just a massive disappointment, highly touted before his debut, and he just kind of plateaued. It's not that he's not that good. He just never got better.
And he's a half-brother to National Treasure. Here's California Sober, the Graham Motion son of Tonalist.
Yeah, I personally, I don't get the love for this horse. He improved dramatically on turf, as his pedigree suggests, and just because he has a pedigree says you get a mile and an 1/8, to me doesn't say he's going to get a lot faster on what I don't think is his preferred surface, but we'll see.
5 minutes away. Start of the early pick 4. Coming up as they get that starting gate into position. And Yo Daddy, Linda Rice, Jose Lescano will team up. And you look at that last performance, 5th, beat 4 3/4. And I know we're going to go to a race earlier than that. We'll get to that race. So maybe not as bad as looked, but let's look at this better performance back at Saratoga.
Yeah, I went to his last win on August 17th, and then Linda got aggressive in some stakes in the turf. That didn't work out, went back to the dirt, and just found a super, super tough field last time. And I know, as you said, I don't even think he ran that badly in there. I think he runs as well as he did last time. He's going to be a handful in this race. He's just gotten good for Linda.
Been impressive, too. Even though he didn't win at a mile and an 1/8, he was right there with a 90 by your speed figure. So that last start, rail was not the best place to be that day. He was on the inside just about the entire way around the track, and he was steadied in that race.
Yeah, I don't think he had, the ideal circumstances in there. He's got to come back now on reasonably short rest in 11 days, and there's always those questions. But Linda's numbers off of short rest, I looked it up. I believe, at 9 furlongs or longer, coming back in 7 to 14 days, so a week to 2 weeks, she's 7 for 27 with a $1.92 ROI, suggesting that they do show up and run pretty well.
So 7-5 favorite, Yo Daddy, Linda Rice, Jose Lescano. This horse here, do you feel like there are legitimate concerns with trying to get a mile and an 1/8 for him, or other reasons you're not with him today?
No, I think that's a very fair observation. He stalked Digital Ops, who wired him last time, and he couldn't even hold off winning on weekends, who came back with a 4th-place finish, albeit with a bit of a trip in his next start. To say this horse hasn't been a disappointment would be an understatement. He barely broke his maiden at 3 to 5. He came back with a good figure behind General Partner, who unfortunately has been on the shelf since then, but then he was just massively disappointing up in Saratoga at mile and an 1/8, and his last race was okay. Listen, I think he is the second likeliest winner of the race, but he's one of the reasons I like the 3 a lot, and I'm not betting him at 4 to 5. One of the reasons he's way the worst to beat is the second choice is Black Rain. Now, listen, maybe the 6 will like the dirt, and he'll be some sort of distance horse, and he'll run well. He's a bit of an unknown in here, but I don't expect it, and I think 9 to 2 is fairish if you like him. Pirate's done running. At the end of the day, it's the 3's race to lose, right? If he shows up and he runs anywhere close, I think, to where he's run his last 3 dirt races, isn't he an extraordinarily likely winner? I don't know if he's a 3 to 5 shot, but he's an awfully likely winner.
Yeah, I'm with you, although it looks like game face may be on for Black Rain. Let's go to Maggie for more on how he looks warming up.
Black Rain is a horse that I didn't really like in the paddock. He was very kind of quiet. He looked to be a bit girthy, a bit crampy once getting the tack on. And at the end of the day, I'm still not convinced he wants to go this far. He's definitely not necessarily built like a horse that wants it. But my opinion of him did elevate when I saw him out in the track. He is moving very nicely over the racetrack, this wet, sloppy, sealed surface, which it is the first time that he's going to have to encounter that. I just wish this horse had a little bit more energy overall. He's just very, very quiet, which, in hindsight, might be a good thing, trying to go this distance. So again, I think it just elevates the appeal of number 3 in here, Yo Daddy. I am intrigued by the 6, California Sober. I mean, I think outside of Yo Daddy, he was the other one I wanted. I just, like you had said, Greg, have distance questions about Black Rain.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We'll see what happens coming up here with Black Rain. 5 to 2 right now. third opportunity to win going beyond a mile. But all the money right now on Yo Daddy here for Linda Rice. Still odds on.
I will say, somebody who is not inclined to bet short-priced horses, I think when you get a wet track, I think it makes, if a horse is supposed to be 3 to 5 in a race, it probably should be 4 to 5 or even money in a wet track. Because wet tracks don't play favorites. And sometimes a horse, won't particularly love it. It's coming in. I don't have any reason to believe he can't handle a wet track. He ran it once, and he ran sort of on a muddy sealed track, and he ran sort of a similar type figure that he was running at the times. But it is still a bit of a, it throws a bit of a monkey wrench into it. If you're owning or training a favorite, you would rather it's a fast track all the time because wet tracks don't play favorites.
Meanwhile, and I know he's, with the pedigree. He's a half to, Preakness winner and a horse who was Met Mile winner, National Treasure.
Oh, Pirate.
I almost prefer him over Black Rain from the barn.
Because you feel like he could be a bit of an unknown? I don't know, man. Look at his last race. He was awful in that race. It's like he picked up some pieces. I guess his race 2 back isn't terrible. His race 2 back gives him an outside chance, I think. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. What you're basically saying is you don't like Black Rain.
At this, particularly at this distance.
That's fine. I mean, I picked him second because I just didn't like anybody else, but I can't argue with that. He's been a massive disappointment. I mean, he started out his career with some big figures, and his last 2 races have not been good.
So Linda Rice with the 4 to 5 favorite Yo Daddy. She has First Class Cat, 4 to 5 favorite Morning Line in the next race, and she has Strapped, 8 to 5 Morning Line favorite in the 4th race, which will kick off the late Pick 5. So this next, hour and 10 minutes or so, could be a lot of Linda Rice in the winner's circle.
Could be, but we'll see. They usually hit the Pick 6 on Thursdays? Sundays they don't, right? Okay, so that means more likely favorites. Pick 6 does begin in race 3 of our 8-race card.
More Vino. Biggest price on the board. Blinkers go on.
I think that's what a lot of Pick 5 players will be saying if he should win this race.
Never too early if that happens.
Yeah, he'd have to wire the field. He'd be quite an upsetter in here.
So it's Yo Daddy, odds-on favorite. Back to 4 to 5 here is Jose Lezcano, for Linda Rice, the son of Yoshida, as the one to beat. Here as we kick off this Pick 4, let's go to Chris Griffin.
Isn't. All set. And they're off. Off a step slowly was California Sober, the early trailer. Morvino goes right to the front and has company from Black Rain in between horses 3 wide. In the 4-path there is going to be Pirate. Those 3 into that first turn together. Yo Daddy moves right towards the outside. Wants off the rail, is now in behind rivals. Is just a bit keen. Wants to move forward and get up with the early group. Tough to handle there. Jose Lezcano and Yo Daddy now tries to settle in the 4th position. And the early trailer slow starting California Sober. Head-and-head battle as they work to the backstretch, and towards the inside it's Morvino. Towards the outside there comes the pressure from Black Rain. These 2 now within a head of one another. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Jose Lezcano is going to let Yo Daddy just kind of roll on now. There was a seam at the rail, and Yo Daddy wanted to go and now takes the lead as put ahead in front. Looking over to his left there was Omar Hernandez Moreno there in between horses on Morvino. Now sees the applied pressure towards the inside, and 3 wide, that's Black Rain. Settling behind them is Pirate, is watching the action here from 4th, and no move yet from the trailer. California Sober. 48.42 for the half-mile time. Yo Daddy made that mid-race move, has taken command, is trying to sprint away right now. Has always been keen, and now Yo Daddy's trying to run away from him, but Black Rain is in full pursuit, dropping out a bit Morvino. Pirate is trying to take that stalking presence, now emerged towards the outside, has moved to this far outside, but still 3-4 lengths off the leader, Yo Daddy, who reaches the top of the stretch. Yo Daddy is now kicking away, is up by 2. Still pursuing his Black Rain towards the inside. Here comes California Sober, is launching a rally from the back with Pirate. Yo Daddy has a final furlong to get and is still 4.5 lengths clear. It's Yo Daddy who's almost there, approaches the final 16th. Black Rain continues to charge on towards the inside. Yo Daddy hasn't fully put it away yet. Black Rain is going to make one final try. Yo Daddy will get the win. Yo Daddy holds off the oncoming strides of Black Rain. Finishing 3rd was Pirate in 1 minute 50.58 seconds.
Yo Daddy with the win. Extra credit, too, because the race did not start well for him.
It's a funny race, right? He didn't break that sharply. He kind of dropped back a little bit at the start, and then he got ranked behind horses with Jose Lescano, and I think you'll see the start. It's not that he broke badly. He just kind of was sluggish, you know what I mean? Like, he kind of breaks the field, and Jose's trying to motivate him. And then he gets behind horses. He gets a little rank on the turn, sort of behind. And I think Jose just realized in the backstretch, you know what? I just need to let him go in front. They're not going very fast, and I don't want to keep getting in his way, and it ended up working out. The Black Rain made it a lot closer at the end than it appeared it would be at the 8th hole.
And there you see the 3 throwing his head around a little bit, as Andy said, a little bit rank there. At this point, he's already in front. And it looked like it was potentially probably over from here. You got credit Black Rain a little bit. I mean, he hung in there.
Yeah, no, he was coming back strong at the end. The winner was a little erratic. I wonder how much the winner liked the wet track, to be honest, you know? I don't think he hated it, but I don't think he loved it. He was just, it's a weird race he ran, right? You know, the way he sort of dropped back and went to the lead. He was best, but Black Rain ran well.
3, 4, 5, 6, 3 to 5 favorite to start this early pick 4. It's Yo Daddy and Linda Rice. Told you the next 3 races, she's got a horse to beat in all of them. 1 for 1 so far on what could be a big next hour of action for that barn. So Yo Daddy wins for the 4th time in 15 career starts. Black Rain winds up 2nd. Todd Pletcher 2nd and 3rd. Here's Pirate checks in 3rd at 7-1. But it's all about Yo Daddy here at this 1 1/8 on this sloppy track here to start the pick 4. We'll be back, bring you prices right after this.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. I just had that argument with someone who claimed that the discount Broadway tickets stand wasn't there anymore.
It's there.
It's still there.
It's there at 46th and 47th Street. It's right in the middle. I met somebody down there just recently. TKTS booth. There used to be one at the World Trade Center where I used to go when I worked downtown. I used to go there quite often to get tickets for that. But the TKTS is still there. There for a long time.
Yo Daddy, impressive here in race number 2. As you said, may not have loved this track either. Overcomes it, wins it 3-5, wins for the 4th time in his career. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Linda Rice. And Linda, Yo Daddy, I know that you had tried a little bit over the summer and fall on the turf, but I think he is a horse that, despite his action, despite the way he's put together, is pretty darn good on the main track.
Yeah, we tried him in a few grass races really because they were straight 3-year-old races. Right. And all the dirt races, most of them were 3 and up. So we tried the turf a little longer than maybe we should have. But, it appears that his numbers are just faster on the dirt, and it's nice to have a dirt horse.
Exactly, as we head into winter and turf racing is over. But talk a little bit about his trip today. I thought he had to overcome a lot in the first quarter of a mile.
Yeah, he doesn't break that sharp, and Jose and I discussed that before the race. I thought he might make the lead in here, but when he didn't, Jose had to negotiate the first turn, and you could see by the way he was handling his head, and Jose had to correct him a little bit. He's very big and kind of green acting. He's got a lot of action, and he's very young-minded and still needs more seasoning. And I thought that Jose made an excellent decision to shoot through on the inside and get some positioning on the backside. So I think that was a winning move.
He really looked like a much happier horse when he did that. Linda, everybody knock on wood for Linda, but this could, be the kickoff for a natural hat trick, as you do send out 2 favorites in the next 2, First Class Cat and Strapped. Put you on the spot. Who do you like more?
I think that Strapped's race is more competitive. I think First Class Cat is a little stronger, but she's never won in the mud, so we'll see. You never know.
It's certainly an X factor that a lot have to overcome today. Well, at least Yo Daddy, he was able to get to the wire first. Congratulations with him. Best of luck with the rest.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice could be kickstarting a very prosperous day here at the Big A. Guys.
Yo Daddy, 3-5, kicks things off for first of 3 consecutive morning line favorites. Races 2, 3, and 4. Black Rain Pirate for the Pletcher Barn run 2nd and 3rd here.
Yeah, and then Yo Daddy's just a better horse than these horses. He didn't dominate. I mean, I don't know that he won like a 3-5 shot should, but he didn't have the best of trips in there. I'm not saying he had a terrible trip, but he didn't have the best of trips.
Here we go with a second of the 3 favorites for Linda Rice. That is First Class Cat, 4-5 morning line. Opens at 6-5 here, coming off second and narrowly defeated 3rd place finish last time out. Today, 3rd off a short rest, and Flavian Pratt will be aboard.
And Flavian rode him 2 back when he ran very well to get 2nd place behind Amazing Dottie, who's running in a tougher race later today and almost overcame a pretty moderate pace. She's been in good form in the last couple races. She's fairly logical. The speed, likely speed near Moda Morning Grouch, just a hard horse to make wire the field. You like a long shot in here, right, Greg?
I do. I like the 7 a little bit, maybe not far off that, actually. 13-1 right now. With a young rider, new to this circuit. We're going to talk someone even newer to the circuit when we come back. And we'll see in this upcoming race as well. And Ariana Rai, that is Sofia Vives, 2nd full year riding. Canada's Sovereign Award winner is Top Apprentice. We'll get our first look at here in New York when we come back in the 3rd. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Just showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What we doing? Hey, we're from the front. All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We've got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Well, it's its own art form. Big part of this game is a rider breaking from the gate, and so appropriate. Our production staff, hats off to Bobby Klatt, choosing that piece, because Sofia Vivez, second full year riding. Her father and uncle, both jockeys. Her dad, Lazaro, finished second as an apprentice in Canada back in 1995. She said she learned so much about breaking from the gate from him, and she really had a great command of it from watching him and learning from him.
No, there's no question it is the most important part of the race because it sets the table for the race. And if a horse breaks well, then you have the horses take it from there. But if a horse, can have a very little bit of trouble coming out the start and it just gets dramatically multiplied and suddenly the horse finds itself out of position and the break really changes races all the time.
So Sofia Vivez, that is the one she will ride. Ariana Rai, the one from the rail. And even though, obviously had a pedigree and family who'd been in the game for a long time with her father and uncle, both riders, she did not sit on a horse until the very first time just 3 years ago.
Wow. Well, we wish her luck. She's right now. You said she's riding. We're riding at Parks on the dark days here, and then hoping to ride here. Well, we wish her well. Listen, we welcome any newcomer into the jockey colony. It's great to see more women riding as well, and we'll see.
Sovereign Award winner in Canada. She went with 4 of her first 16 mounts of her career.
That's impressive.
Very impressive.
That is impressive.
Woodbine Oaks winner already.
I mean, she's winning at 16%. So, I mean, you don't get by winning at 6%. Obviously, it's it's a new situation, and it's not just riding against a better colony. And I think it's good for her to get more experience riding against the riders that are here in the winter. Very, very good riders here, but also getting the mounts, getting the access to mounts. Now, listen, she's on a fairly live horse here. This horse was the second choice in the morning line. I was going to take a look at the Will Pays and see if, in fact, yes, she's actually the second choice in the pick threes. So her first mount here, and she's on a horse that's second choice in all the multis. So whoever her agent is did a good job getting her in a live one here.
And it tells you a little bit about the drive and how bad she wanted it. On the day of her high school graduation, she told her mom, I don't want to go to graduation. I want to go to the farm instead and ride horses. And that's what she did.
No, I like her even more now.
I do as well. 7-1 right now. She'll ride Ariana Rai. This is the next in line of these Linda Rice favorites, though. First Class Cat, who, of course, Ariana Rai and Sofia Vivez will have to try and get by. Flavian Pratt will be aboard, and this is, no question, the one to beat. 4 to 5 morning line. She's at that number right now, and this is the most recent effort back on November 1st.
Yeah, I think she ran a very respectable third in here. And you look up My Bronx Baby, who's not without a chance in today's 7th race. They're just better horses, and she just makes sense. Her last 2 races have been her best races. She seems to be improving for Linda. A very logical horse in this race. The pace in here, Motor Morning Grouch, is a tough horse to make in front. But, I picked her. I don't love picking 4 to 5s. I just couldn't make a strong case for anyone else, though I do think Graceful Rose, who is going to be a fair price near, is probably an overlay. I was looking at multi-race bets. The horse we were mentioning you like, the long shot, Forever Foolish Challenge, who's now 12-1. This horse is the clear-cut third choice in doubles and pick threes. So expect the horse to come down from that 12-1. Otherwise, you're probably looking at overlay.
And part of the reason I like that one a little, improving 3-year-old filly, but may have been, and I don't know, but maybe some do, and maybe that's why you'll see that with the double. That may have been a very good work. That second quickest of 164.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any access to those. You have to, know a private clocker or a clocker for making the work. But she's not been on the board now, but she's been in doubles. So maybe there's something to what you're saying.
First, all of her starts have come in Monmouth, but first start back since September 15th, and she was claimed out of that race. So debuting for the new barn here, Wayne Potts claimed. 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke. See if she can take a step forward. She'll need to, likely to get by the likes of First Class Cat and some of the others in here. But 12-1 from that outside post with 5-pound apprentice Christopher Elliott. As we get set for the pick 6 on this Thursday card coming up, approaching the 7-minute mark to post.
Yeah, the pick 6, what do you do in this pick 6? Well, I'm going to try to beat Strap to the next race. I would use her. He's the third choice there.
Yeah, I think we sort of felt that was the least likely of the 3.
I think Linda even suggested that when she was talking to Maggie.
7 minutes away from this third with more on the new face on this circuit. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
That's right. Very happy to see Sofia Vivez here. And Sofia, welcome to New York. But it's been quite a couple of years for you. Sovereign Award, Eclipse Award finalist. Can you talk a little bit about just the journey and getting to this point?
Yes, we were very fortunate to be able to have all the success that we did in Woodbine. And we went to Fort Erie, we went to Parks, traveled all over. And hopefully we carry on in this winter, do some really amazing things here.
Riding here with this colony even today in a race like this, can you talk a little bit just about some of the prep that you've put in coming into New York?
Yes, well, since I first started, you've always watched the riders here. These are the riders you want to ride with. So now that I'm here, hopefully we ride just as good as them and surprise everybody.
You've turned a lot of heads. Best of luck. Good to see you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg?
Seems like the sky's the limit. Seems very cerebral and obviously a lot of early success in this career. And she has turned heads at Woodbine with what she's accomplished there already.
And I like the interview. Not shy at all of the interview. She's ready for the big time. And that's pretty impressive when you look at those numbers.
So she will be aboard. Ariana Rye again, first sat on a horse just 3 years ago. Already has become the Sovereign Award winner as top apprentice in Canada. Already has won a Woodbine Oaks. I believe Patches O'Houlihan, who's a superstar up in Canada, is one of the regular mounts she's had. That's one of my favorite horses in training.
What do you think the over-under is on when I criticize her for the first time?
After this race.
Oh, really? No, I can't. It's too early.
Knowing you?
Well, I won't be here in December, so it's probably around January 14th, somewhere in there, you know?
No, I think you're on
15th.
board with this story. It's a fun story.
Yeah, no. I mean, you listen, we want all the riders that are riding here to be good riders and ride well. It's less bad rides, as you say, and she's done very well to start her career, and how could you not wish her luck?
And this filly is, we had talked about it earlier before we even came on the air. Interesting with that win that she had 2 starts back.
Yeah, but she rode a gold rail that day. That is not my kind of horse. I don't like her at all. And if she ends up being the second choice, I think she's a massive bet against, to be honest in here. She's also not supposed to get the lead from Mo to Morning Grouch. So I don't really know how she's going to win this race. I didn't think she's second likeliest winner. I think Graceful Rose is the second likeliest winner of this race because she has back form that would beat these horses. And to be honest, I wasn't going to bet this race, but I'll bet her if she goes up at 5 or 6 to 1.
Lezcano on 13 red flags.
Yeah, she had some okay race last year. She comes off a layoff.
Filly to beat for Linda Rice, first-class cat.
Just a very logical horse for Flavia and Pratt.
The speed of the speed. Excuse me.
You're excused.
Mo to Morning Grouch.
Did ride a big bias to victory with Lane Luzzy on the turf that day. The dirt race is not as good as turf.
Here's Poseidon's Miss, Dylan Davis.
Was inarguably tougher last time, but didn't do much running, I guess is not impossible.
Turn back in distance, Graceful Rose.
Yeah, this horse has plenty of races that are fast enough. The recent form's a little questionable, but cut back I like.
And first time outside of Monmouth Park, Foolish Challenge.
Yeah, you like this horse more than I do. It has to get faster, but you thought this horse had some real chance to move up, and you brought up the good recent work.
Pick 6 starts here. 4 minutes away. 4 to 5 favorite, first-class cat. The 3 for Linda Rice, looking to take back-to-back races on this Thursday card as we go back to occasion.
Well, we'll start off with Sophia's mount. We talked a lot about the rider. Now I'm talking about the filly in Ariana Rye, a horse that, yes, as Andy mentioned, she was where you really wanted to be on the rail. 2 starts back in Saratoga, getting that win, and the claim was voided. And then she came back and running against some tough competition in which she broke okay, just couldn't really clear. And she didn't seem like she was ever really comfortable throughout the running of the race. I also thought that 7 furlongs that day was just pushing it a bit for her. She's a horse that's very tough mentally. And I know that her connections have taken every step to try and keep her settled, especially because even though this is local, being at Aqueduct, you still have to ship over from Belmont. And that is really tough on her. She's that horse that was a late scratch flipping on the turf behind the gate Belmont Stakes weekend and throwing her Rad Ortiz. She's just really hard to handle in the preliminaries. This is one of the best times I've seen her act. I know coming over here can sometimes be a lot for horses having to get on that van, but she seems like she's handling everything well, and they've kind of figured her out all along. So I was impressed with what I saw from her mentally. Now, taking a look at the heavy favorite, First Class Cat, makes a ton of sense in here, running against tougher competition in those last 2 starts here, and was off a little bit slow last time out, about half step slow, causing Kendrick Carmouche to kind of have to urge her into position. She's one that I like to see get a good warm-up in her to be able to get into the race well. Obviously, she's able to come from off of it, but sometimes, and it's not significant, but sometimes she does cause a little bit of her own trouble at the beginning, just not getting off the cleanest and inviting a little bit of that trouble. But the form that she's kept, the company that she's faced, she looks tremendous as well, especially this time of year, really holding her coat and weight well, which I've noticed with a lot of Linda's horses as the temperatures start to get cooler. Andy, I know, has an interest in the 6 Graceful Rose, and I love the cutback for her. She's one that sometimes doesn't carry a lot of great conditioning, and coming back off a little bit of a layoff since July, she's done well with that freshening. She seems like she's carrying really good weight off the bench, and also she's just not built like a horse that wanted any part of the mile in an eighth, and against some pretty decent company last time out in Saratoga. She's short coupled, she's compact. Like I said, I like seeing from her how she's done off a little bit of that layoff. So this could potentially be the right spot for her, and I think a much better distance. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. Minute away, 1-2 now on the 3 first-class cat for Lena Rice.
That seems a little short. Did not expect her to be that big a favorite, especially on a wet track. She is in good form. I picked her, but 1-2. They're saying she's more likely to win this race than Yo Daddy was. I guess now she's not, but before the race. I like Yo Daddy's chances better. It's just like they don't want to bet anybody else in here. Right now, the 5, Poseidon's Mist, is a lukewarm second choice. Interestingly, the 7, who you're interested in, Greg, who took all that money in the doubles and picked 3s, never taking any money here.
No, this has been strange. So it was 13-1.
Right.
Actually came down to 8-1.
Oh, did?
And now back up to 11-1.
Well, back up because all the money that came in the 3. Everybody went up because the 3 is now 2-5, and that's blown everybody up because the 2 was around 3 was around even money or 4-5, and that's a big swing down there. And everybody's going to go up in odds as that horse goes lower. I do pick the 3 in here, but I would never bet her in here, and I think they're going overboard. It's not that good. I just feel like also taking these kind of short prices on lower level type racehorses is never a great idea, especially in the winter. You start to wonder, it's not really winter yet, but you start to wonder, if these horses are as reliable,
And, as even Lena Rice said it, don't know how this filly's going to perform on this kind of track.
Yeah, no, I don't, you and I are not inclined to bet these horses ever. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've never bet a 2-5 shot. And that's not to say that some you could be value at 2-5, but I don't see. I tell you what, I wouldn't decide to play one on a wet track, even if the horse had run well on wet tracks, because nothing's an absolute, and wet tracks can be tricky. I think the 6 is a big overlay at 9-1 personally. You think the 7's an overlay at 10-1? We'll see.
Here we go, race 3, start of the pick 6. There is the big favorite, first-class cat. Odds on, with Flavian Pratt back aboard, was second with a bad break against filly, who's going to be favored in a tougher race later today in that 7th. Amazing Dottie.
Yep.
So that flatters her form a little bit. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call. Here's the 3rd.
Poseidon's Mist. Graceful Rose. Foolish Challenge. Start of the pick 6. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Graceful Rose flashes early speed, but plenty of company. There's Mo de Morning Grouch. And Mo de Morning Grouch now with the neck in front. Here comes pressure towards the inside from Ariana Rye. These two hook up on the lead. A pace duel on the front end. Settling just off of them, that's Poseidon's Mist, who's watching the action from 3rd as the front 2 really go at it. At the rail, it's Ariana Rye. Wanted the lead as a neck in front. Mo de Morning Grouch isn't going anywhere. 4 furlongs left to travel. 22.43 for the opening quarter mile. Good journey here for Poseidon's Mist, and Dylan Davis watching from 3rd, start to move in closer on the leading duo. At the rail, there's First Class Cat. Is trying to move forward, is right there. With towards the outside, moving forward comes Graceful Rose. Then behind them, that's 13 Red Flags on the trailer. Foolish Challenge. The leaders continue to duke it out, and Ariana Rye has shrugged off Mo de Morning Grouch, who's back to 2nd. But here comes a host of pursuers, and first up will be Poseidon's Mist out in the center of the racetrack. Ariana Rye has to find a final furlong, is still going though, and Poseidon's Mist is not making up the margin. Ariana Rye is almost there. Graceful Rose on the grandstand side, but it's about a 4-length cushion. Ariana Rye is almost there. It is Ariana Rye to get the score. Ariana Rye wins it. Then a late rally there, 13 Red Flags and a photo. First Class Cat with Graceful Rose. In 1 minute 10 and 3.
How about that for Sofia Vivez? Told you she won with 4 of her first 16 mounts of her career. She wins with her first ever start here on the Naira circuit.
Best race this horse has ever run. Didn't seem like we were dealing with some kind of bias. The horse did run well on the inside in the last race, but she was very aggressive. She was in front of Motomor and Grouch, which you really didn't see on paper, and she was determined to be there and gets a win in her first race here in New York. Congrats to Sofia.
Hustling there from that inside post on the 1. We know how fast, Motomor and Grouch has sprint speed on turf. She is quick and able to get in front of that one pretty early on and just kept on going. You think going that fast might have done this one in, but not the case.
Yeah, we saw a lot of riders staying away from the rail at times, but it seems like inside runners have done well. The 2 coming up the inside to get second in that race. And it's our first sprint today, but it's hard to believe that wasn't a very honest pace, but she controlled the whole way. You kept sort of waiting for this horse to fade, and she never did. And the favorite was awful. The favorite never looked like a winner.
And how about really illogical runner in second here, the 2, 13 red flags at 18-1.
I picked her third, but I picked the race 3-6-2, so I wasn't too close. This horse screwed me.
3-6. Ariana Rai in a statement-making debut for Sofia Vivez here on the Naira circuit. Congratulations. 5-1. Ariana Rai riding here for Rob Falcone Jr. 3-year-old filly by Matoli. Gate-to-wire win. We're going to look ahead to the weekend. Stakes preview coming up. And the Thunder Rumble division of the New York Stallion Series, Antonio of Venice. And Lightman, who comes in off a win in the Hudson for Bruce Levine, looking to go head-to-head. Stay with us.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day of the Races, how about this debut on the circuit for Sofia Vivez? Just her second full year riding, and her debut on the Naira circuit, a win with Ariana Rai. Hustles this one to the front end over the speedy Moto Morning Grouch. Keeps on going down the stretch for the victory. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by winning rider and trainer. And Sophia, we'll start with you. Talked before the race about bringing your attack here to New York. Has to feel really good to kick things off that way.
Very good. Thank you to Falcone and his team, my agent, and the family to back me. And it's the first of many this winter.
I like that. I like that confidence. And you were aggressive with her right from the start, a little bit of pressure early, and she's quick, and it seemed like that was a real advantage.
Yes, she wanted to be out in the lead. That's where she ran her best race coming over. She was very professional, and so today we put her on the lead. We worked for it, but we got there, and she made it to the end.
Well done. Congratulations. I know you ride the next, like you said, first of many. Good to see you in the winner's circle.
Thank you.
And Rob Falcone here with me too. And Rob, it has to be exciting to see Sophia kick things off with a win like that here in New York on your filly.
Yeah, it definitely was. You know, it worked out good today.
And with Ariana Rye, as you know, we've seen from her throughout her career, she is one that's tough. It seemed like she was really well settled today.
Yeah, she was. We've been working with her a lot. I remember having this interview with you in Saratoga, and you know, sometimes it's just we tried a bunch of different things with her. We brought her over here between our last race and now and schooled her privately, you know, shipped her privately today. Sent my assistant, big shout out to Severio, because he went on the van with her here and he was holding her the whole way. He walked around here. He didn't let her go the whole time. And, you know, it's just sometimes repetition isn't enough. Sometimes it is. And sometimes it just takes that little while to click.
All those steps paying off. Has to be rewarding to see her put it all together like that.
Yeah, it definitely was, and Sophia did a great job with her. I mean, it's kind of, you know, I'm friends with her agent, Jordan, and, you know, I knew, you know, she was coming here, so I said, I may have the perfect horse for you, thinking maybe, you know, maybe she would fit, you know, a filly like that is kind of quirky and, you know, kind of just relax on him a little bit, and, you know, it worked out.
Certainly did. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, Ariana Rye getting the win, and as you heard Sophia say, the first of many for the winter, Greg.
And I would agree with her after what we saw in this first ride here in New York.
Love the aggressive riding, determined to be forward in this race despite being a little behind the four, and it worked out for her. So congratulations, always like to see that. And I maintain that Rob is a lookalike for Ben Simmons. He's a Nets fan too. So
how's his jump shot?
I think he's probably a better three-point shooter than Ben.
Might be right.
But he might not be as good a passer.
$13.80 for the win for the Falcone barn. Race 4 starts the late Big 5. 1 turn mile. They're all for sale for $25,000. Near claiming race for non-winners of 2 lifetime. And here we go again. Linda Rice, odds-on favorite with Strap, the 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this horse is odds-on in here. I think there's a lot more going on, and the 7 horse who is the second choice in doubles will be coming way down from the current 11-1 in this race. I mean, I agree. Strap's been running against a lot better horses, but I worry a little bit about the last race being as bad as it was, and we'll see. I mean, horse to beat, I guess, but we saw in the last race a heavily overbet Linda Rice horse that was a very mediocre third, and I think they're going a little hog wild on these horses.
Coming up this weekend, race named after one we're going to tell you about right now, and this was the year really that sort of changed things in the perspective and how people looked at New York bred. You had Saratoga 2, 3-year-old filly, was the first New York bred to win an Eclipse Award, and then this horse, who was the first New York bred in over a century to win the Travers, and he did it tying Easy Goer for the 3rd fastest running of the race to that point in history.
He's passing Dixie Brass, who I believe is 3rd right now, and won the Met Mile, and he buried that Travers field. I think he ran a very big Beyer speed figure as well in winning that race. I want to say Herb McCauley rode him in that start. I feel like our man Richie rode him. He rode him in his last 3 starts, where 2 of them were wins. I mean, we ran a 116 Beyer when he won the Saratoga Cup. I'm looking at it now. 110 Beyer in both the Woodward, the Jim Dandy, and a 109 in the Travers. And he ran in a killer field in the Woodward. Sultry Sun won. Lost by a few lengths.
Saratoga. Yeah, I mean,
good horse.
3 biggest performances of his career came at the Spa.
And he was trained by the late Richie O'Connell. And I mean, a lot of our fans, I'm sure watching, remember Richie O'Connell a little before your time, Greg, but he was a sensational trainer. Remember with a lot of turf horses, but he did a great job with this horse.
Great New York bred.
Yeah, he really was.
And this year's edition of the Thunder Rumble New York Stallion Series, race 8 on Saturday. Talked about Antonio Venice, light man, as we went to break. Antonio Venice comes in off back-to-back stakes wins against New York breds for Rudy Rodriguez.
But we haven't seen him since this win in April, and Doc Sullivan has really run well since there. Now, you could take the side and say, well, he was better than Doc Sullivan then. Why can't he be better than him now? And that's fine, but I don't like it. I don't like when a horse gets as good as he got in April to win this race with a 90-plus buyer, with so much good racing for New York Reds and Open Company throughout the year, and he goes on the shelf, and he shows up here almost 8 months later. I think it's a negative, and he's the one I'm going to try to beat him here. It's a very competitive field. A lot of horses can win this race, and he's one of them. But you have to make some decisions somewhere, and while I hope he comes back and runs well, I'm skeptical. These kind of horses that get good and then they go back to the shelf, they often don't come back nearly as well as they were before the layoff.
Yeah, meanwhile, the horse he beat in that race came back to win back-to-back starts, and then he was runner-up in back-to-back starts against the very talented Panda Gate.
Oh, he's good, Doc Sullivan. This is a very good field. You've got the 3-year-olds, Antonio Venice and Doc Sullivan, but you've also got horses like Lightman, who comes in off the big win last time. Chichio Bella's not about General Banker. I mean, he's as honest as they come. And I even think that BD Saints is not impossible in this race because he's improved as a horse, and he has run good races on the dirt.
Well, Lightman coming off potentially the best start of his career in that Hudson victory. Kendrick Carmouche will be back aboard.
Yeah, listen, I think he can win here. He's got to get extra distance, 7 furlongs in here. He is coming off an absolutely perfect trip last time out, so I think he's a little dressed up over it. But at the end of the day, they're probably a tougher, hard group of New York-bred sprinters in that race, so I don't discount his chances. He could absolutely win this race. It's a very good running of this race.
And as you mentioned, another look at it down the stretch, General Banker's going to have the outside post.
When does he run a bad race,
track.
right? I mean, he's as honest a horse as it comes, and Jimmy Ferraro has done such a great job with that horse over the years. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing him run as well. Draws well outside. It's a good race. This is probably one of the best, most competitive Deep Stallion Series races I've seen in a while. It's top heavy with talented runners.
Meanwhile, preceding that race, Staten Island division of the New York Stallion Series for the ladies. And Brown Sugar Babe, 7/8 in this one as well for Jamie Ness. Ruben Silvera comes in off a win here at Aqueduct at a mile.
Comes off a perfect trip win, but a fast enough win and good enough form to suggest that she can win right back in here. I picked against her, but I'm not going to be shocked when she's effective in here. Thought this race isn't quite as high quality a race as the Thunder Rumble division, but it's a very competitive race, and it's not a bunch of slouches.
So Brown Sugar Babe, 6-time winner from 20 career starts. And handled this group pretty easily.
Yeah, she's been in good form. Now, this is a tougher spot she's in, and I think she's facing a lot tougher competition this race, but she's far from without a chance. I think Hallie Magic is dangerous. Sunday Girl's coming off a layoff. She'd have to improve. Athena Beach in good form, gets 7 furlongs. I think that My Shady Lady is dangerous, turning back in distance as well.
Meanwhile, Athena Beach, she'll get the outside post, but I guess the problem for her is one you brought up earlier, Sunday Girl.
Yeah, she's got her speed to deal with in this race. And listen, I don't think she's without a chance here. She's been running fast races, but she also has to get 7 furlongs, which I wonder about a little bit here, right?
Yes.
That's a question. But listen, she's a player in this race. You see by the morning line. I think the favorite is 7-2 in the line, which suggests a lot of horses can win here.
I mean, it wasn't a fast figure, but she did hit the board at 1 1/8, and that was...
What I don't like about her last race is that she rode a gold rail in there, which I think kind of dresses up her performance.
So 1/2 her starts, 6 for 12 lifetime, been in the money in 10 of 12. So that'll precede the boys. That's Staten Island division, race 7, 3:08 Eastern time on our Saturday coverage. We're going to get back to the Late Pick 5 coming up next, race 4, about 13 minutes away. And there, again, Linda Rice favorite, 4-5 strap. Dylan Davis will be aboard, getting easier company. That last start, though, leaving a lot to be desired. Stay with us.
It's Mandaloon. A Mandaloon wins.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, America's Day at the Races. This is coming up early Sunday morning here on the East Coast. Japan Cup coverage, 1 a.m. Eastern Sunday morning. So just stay up all Saturday night and you won't miss it. And for the first time in a long, long time, truly international cast been assembled for this race.
Yeah. You know, the first Japan Cup was won by Mersey Dotes, who was a U.S.-based runner trained by Horatio Loro. But this one, you've got Auguste Rodin coming back. He's trying to get back on track. His last career start. Goliath is well down the rail, and Fantastic Moon towards the outside. Always a wild race, fun race.
Former Breeders' Cup Turf winner will be part of the action, who was just missed against the talented Economics in the Irish Champion Stakes.
Yeah, he came back and ran. Did he run the Arc? I want to say he ran the Arc and did. No, I'm sorry. He did not. Has not come back. He has not run since those races. He has had an in and out year, but he's making his final career start in this race. I believe that Goliath is partly owned by John Stewart's Resolute Racing.
German, Fantastic Moon. Going to be drawn toward the outside. Very intriguing runner in there. Doduce, Japanese hopeful. One of the many local. They've won 18 in a row.
Have they really?
But it's been mainly Japanese horses lining up for it.
They're good.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be tremendous coverage. So I hope to see you at 1 a.m. Eastern start time for this year's edition of the Japan Cup. As we get into the late Pick 5, there's Linda Rice's Strapped. Dylan Davis will ride. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Strapped as Linda Rice looks to get back on that roll there. And this one with a significant drop in class as this horse faced just much tougher company last time out, though not really involved throughout the running of that race. Now, I do think with a wide trip and a horse that was off a little bit slow, looked like was maybe climbing a little bit early on too, was not where you wanted to be on the racetrack, and just maybe one that takes a bit of time to get going. I've always kind of felt that about him. He is a very big horse, and to the point of what we heard Maggie talking about earlier, sometimes just these really large, robust horses take up a lot of space in the gate and don't necessarily have the ability to push back and get out as cleanly. So sometimes that can be a little bit of the challenge with a horse like Strapped. Again, just taking some time to get into his stride. So hopefully with the softer company in here, we'll get a chance to see him be into the race a little bit early. He looks great. He's very solid. Once again, good in his coat, good in his conditioning, very relaxed here in the paddock. Keep an eye on him warming up, but he is on that drop in class, a horse that finds himself in a spot where he should be the one to beat. Now the 4 Torpedo Run, what do you do with him? Won by 4 1/4 last time out. Confabulation, the 3rd place finisher, came back to win with a 74 Beyer speed figure in his next start. And this was a race that seemed pretty hungry. He was one of the ones to beat for Chad Brown, and he won by open lengths. Coming in now first off the claim for David Jacobson. He's a horse that never really went on that much. He always kind of gets pretty hot in the preliminaries. His coat has turned a little bit today versus last time, getting a bit warm as is the case. I don't know. I just feel like this is a big step forward. Of course, with this barn off the claim, you can see them jump up and do well, but stepping up to face winners after winning for 20,000, I certainly like to take the wait and see approach. Now, the 7 D-Day Sky is an intriguing prospect. I saw him 2-back his last NYRA circuit, in which he was wearing an extension blinker, but it looked like it was on the right side, which is what you'll typically see. Today, he has an extension blinker on the left, so his side that's closest to the rail, typically not where you see an extension blinker where the eye is fully covered. The biggest name I can think of that had that was Better Talk Now, who had that extension blinker on the left. He also has a cage bit on, so a lot of steps for this horse to keep straight, because that is the big challenge for D-Day Sky. I think the outside post will help him, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here's our post parade. Brown Don't Stop goes by at 10-1.
Yeah, the last race was bad on a sealed track. It was 6 months ago.
6-5 favorite for Linda Rice, strapped.
Yeah, has been running against tougher competition, gets a needed class drop. We'll see.
Some issues out of the gate of late, though. Here's Irish Tenor.
A horse who's supposed to be forwardly placed in this race, getting back to the dirt. And I'll tell you, this horse is not the most ridiculous long shot, but probably a mile too far.
Big effort in a maiden claiming win for Torpedo Run last start.
It was a fast race. He got a very good trip that day. Can he continue that form?
Here's Boys Code. Linda Dixon trains.
He's my top choice here. Has been running against much better horses.
Solo Empire would be tough to come up with.
Is really the only horse in the race that's hard to make, and as you can see, everybody else is under 10-1.
And D-Day Sky, Michelle G. and Julio Kendrick Carmouche.
I agree with Acacia. I think this horse is no worse than the second likeliest winner here. The last race is concerning, but the prior 3 races were against much better horses, as evidenced by her 20-1, 27, and 70-1 odds.
Well, let's go back to Torpedo Run. So last time out, a race he had never run before. Can he do it again? That was against 20 maiden claiming, so now he'll have to do it against better company, against winners. Tougher spot.
I mean, he ran as fast a fig as he had run on the turf road in his career. It was much faster than any number he'd ever run. So maybe David Jacobson made a very timely claim from Chad Brown, but horses claimed from Chad Brown in the dirt over the last 5 years are just 7 for 65, 11% and $1.05 ROI, so they're underperforming. And you are also dealing with a fairly low percentage rider, I believe, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it just doesn't inspire confidence, does it?
No, you're going to have to try and prove it against, a lot better company.
A rider that's 4 for 147.
Different kind of track.
Yeah. But he did run a big figure last time. I'm just not exactly sure where it came from.
So 9-2 right now. Can he do it against winners now and back that up? That was on a fast track. He'll have a sloppy track trying to do it today. Meanwhile, the favorite, Linda Rice, Dylan Davis, in 3 of the last 4 starts has had issues getting out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a horse that has a lot of speed. Now, neither is the horse that I like, the 5, but my horse is a much bigger price. And you're right. And it doesn't seem like speed has been bad. I mean, we saw a horse wire in the last race at a big price, so it's not like it's just short prices winning that are forwardly placed. And it does seem like being in front, being forward, horses are not making big runs in the back, to be honest. But it's early.
Boys Code, 6-1. Cut back from 1 1/8, probably a distance that he didn't want.
I would prefer a dry track, but I think his wet track and dry track races recently are similar. He's just been running against considerably better horses than these. He also gets a rider switch to Alicio Ruiz that could help his chances in here. And he's a horse that has run much faster races against better horses, and I think could certainly win here.
Well, to give you a little bit of an idea of the race he's coming out, he was 29-1, 59-1 the last 2 starts. Now he's 6-1. So in a more realistic spot.
Yes, finally. I mean, yes. At some point you have to get realistic. You don't want to run your horse in a race where he runs a winning race, but he's not good enough to get better than 5th. I've been corrected, by the way. Mersey Dotes was trained by John Fulton when she won the Japan Cup. Ray Pollock checking in, and he gave me a very important piece of information behind her. A horse who finished 3rd obviously should have won the race. The very one was ridden by our man, the Mig.
Really?
The inaugural Japan Cup.
Wow.
Got to get him to talk about that. I think he's here, if not tomorrow, Saturday, right? Tomorrow, good. We got to get the Mig to talk about going to Japan Cup. The first Japan Cup. That's pretty cool. Thanks, Ray.
7-1, Boys Code, but favorite, again, throughout. It's been strapped for Linda Rice. Let's go back to Acacia.
And Strapped looks great warming up, but the horse right to his outside was taking a little bit of attention as he goes turf to dirt and Irish Tenor. Now, he did win on a wet track in Saratoga, and it was an off-the-turf field. I know that the second-place finisher came back to win, but he was just very much the horse to beat, as he was also taking a drop in class in there, and he was able to control things and kind of kick on. Now, since being claimed by Carlos Figueroa, he does now drop back down and go back to the main track. I think that several things are true here. This is the better distance for him, as he tried a mile and an eighth last time out. I don't have any problem with the mile for him. And while he does kind of look like a turf horse, I can understand it, I don't mind him going back to the dirt either, and I felt that way when he broke his maiden. He's just incredibly well turned out for Carlos, and he actually just told me a funny story that he won a race for this owner back in 1983. So it all comes full circle, and we'll see if this could be the right spot for Irish Tenor. Now, the 5 Boys Code, he's a horse that I also love the cut back in distance. I know that they've tried him several times going longer. He's just not really built like a horse that looks like a mile and an eighth type. He's a little bit shorter coupled. He's one that's always very laid back in the preliminaries, though, too. Always very quiet in the warm-up. That's typical. I've gotten a chance to see Boys Code a lot. But one of the things that I look for at this time of year, too, is how they're holding their weight, how they're holding up, especially a horse like this, who's raced quite a bit this year. 7 starts in 2024, running pretty consistently since coming back in May. And he looks like he's doing the same as he has been throughout the spring and summer into these cooler months. And so for that, I certainly appreciate it. Maybe Boys Code just finds himself in the right spot today, Greg.
We will see. Thank you. 6-1 right now on Boys Code. Meanwhile, well, for a moment, it had dipped lower. Strap became even money, but back to 6-5 right now.
But interestingly enough, there's 2 long shots, and then the other 4 horses are basically all the same price. 2 9-2s, a 5 and a 6-1 shot. So they're sort of, feeling like there's equal chances. I'm not going to bet the 4 here. The 3, are you surprised the 3 is, what was the morning line in the 3?
8-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised this horse is 5-1. I know that he could be speed, and I actually think he has some good dirt races, but don't you worry about a mile for him?
Yes, but are people looking, oh, wow, the win was on a sloppy sealed track?
Oh, right, they love that, right? Both wins, Greg. Sloppy sealed and muddy sealed. Well, not a win, but the two best figures this horse ran by far in the dirt are sealed racetracks, and I'm sure you're right. I'm sure that's exactly what people are looking at.
In terms of looking ahead to this Pick 5 that starts here, the next race is, who knows? It could be wide open. It could be, but it could be Furry Fox, the favorite who wins for Dutro. But
I
if
like
not,
Pawtucket Shuffle, but yeah, no, 5, 6, 8, and 10 looked like the right 4, but doesn't mean it'll happen that way. The 6th race, I feel like the 2, the 4, and 6 are the main 3 players. I like the 4, Foxy Cara, in the 7th. A lot of people don't like her, but the 2 in the, big scratch of the 6, right? And the last race, I know you and I are going to have some fun in there, but that race is wide open. There's no way you can, if you love a horse in the last, you better be right.
Yeah, some horse I wound up picking in that race, 0 for 17 coming in, although you mentioned that it's true. That's not really fair. 0 for 6 on dirt.
Yeah.
But
you have to be careful
happens
with those kind of horses that have a lot of turf races.
Here we go. Late Pick 5 begins in this 4th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
D-Day Sky goes in. All set. And they're off. Sluggish starts towards the outside for D-Day Sky and also Boys Code. The leader is Irish Tenor, right to the front, and Irish Tenor is up by a clear length. Brown Don't Stop is right in behind the leader now. Just backs off as Irish Tenor wants to get closer to the rail. And here's forward movement. Pink cap of D-Day Sky is way out there on the far outside of the racetrack, but D-Day Sky, intent on getting to the lead, and does, is now up by 3/4 of a length. Here comes Torpedo Run in between horses, and Irish Tenor backs off to 3rd. Just behind them is Solo Empire, moving forward from the 4th position in a 23-1 opening quarter mile. Strapped is picking up ground from far back to be the trailer with Brown Don't Stop. They're chasing D-Day Sky. Had to work to get there, but D-Day Sky is up by 2.5. Torpedo Run is in full pursuit from 2nd at the rail. Still saving ground now is Irish Tenor with less than a half mile to go. 46.57 for a half mile time. Moves from the back here. Strapped 4 wide is making a run. Brown Don't Stop is in the 2 path, and Solo Empire is trying to pick up rivals. A lineup in 4. In behind a battling duo and a new leader. Torpedo Run has taken the lead for Rabe, and Torpedo Run now sprints clear up by a length and a half and doing it nicely. Strapped and Dylan Davis, they've been wide, but they are picking up some ground. They reach the top of the stretch, 112 flat for 3/4 of a mile, and Torpedo Run is still well clear. Strapped is running a big race, has been wide throughout, but Strapped just keeps picking up rivals. It's Torpedo Run who's going to have to hold off the charge from Strapped, who's catching up with every single stride. Strapped has put a nose in front inside the final 16th. Torpedo Run's trying to come back, but Strapped is going to prove much the best. Strapped wins it. Torpedo Run's second, then Brown Don't Stop, and Boys Code in 1 minute 38 seconds flat.
Strapped, Linda Rice. Dylan Davis comes and gets Torpedo Run, who ran admirably first try against winners, but no match for this 5-year-old.
Yeah, ground out the victory. So Linda got 2 of the 3 home. Maybe one of the shortest price of all of them. Didn't get the job done, but this horse was able to grind it out. And the 4 did run well off the claim, Torpedo Run. She won 2, right? Linda won the second race.
Oh, am I? What? Oh, this. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
Wow, this is the first time Greg Wolf has ever corrected me when I was right and he was wrong. It's taken about 7 years for it to happen. It was bound to happen eventually. I think closer to 8, actually. But this horse did wear it down, and Linda got the win, and they were way ahead of the rest of the room. And my 5 is just too much of a laggard.
6-5 favorite, Dylan Davis aboard, and we were just told Strapped will be heading to a new barn after the picture's taken.
I think Linda's going to get over it.
Claimed for $25,000.
We don't know who.
2-4-1 at 20-1 in the 5. Top 4 finishers here in the 4th. So late pick 5 underway with a 6-5 favorite here, Strapped. And yes, you're correct. Linda Rice wins with 2 of her 3 favorites here in races 2, 3, and 4.
I was starting to get worried. I was starting to worry that maybe I passed out during part of the show, but gets the job done for Linda. Dylan Davis.
So Strapped with the victory, getting by Torpedo Run, and a big price underneath. If you had this trifecta, that might be healthy. Brown Don't Stop, going to help things at 20-1. Pick 5 underway, formful beginning here with this Son of Candy ride for Linda Rice with Dylan Davis. Prices when we come back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Late pick 5 underway on this sloppy racetrack, and it goes to Dylan Davis, Linda Rice, strapped, owned by Robert Bruno, picks up the second win of his career, this 5-year-old.
The class relief was exactly what he needed, and that, that just shows when you're a trainer like Linda Rice and you drop this horse in for $25,000. He wins, and he wins by what? Length and a half, maybe 2 lengths here, and gets claimed. She made the right move dropping, and you have to be careful with dropping horses down and in these situations, and in this case the horse got the job done, and that's how you play the game. And good luck to the person that claimed.
Yeah, again, as we mentioned, claimed, moving to a new barn, so strapped, heading elsewhere off the win. Rolling by Torpedo Run. Long way back to third. This one, maybe unlike Linda's other winner, Yo Daddy, liking this track a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. This horse ran well, and they did beat the rest of the field by quite a bit with the long shot. Brown Don't Stop hitting third at 21.
So $4.40 for the win. Let's move on to the late pick 4.
You won't be getting 6-1 on Furry Fox, who looks to be about 6-5 in the doubles.
Yeah, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. She drops in class, start number 2, and she faced a filly for Chad Brown, who was second in the Maid of Mist off that maiden score behind the undefeated With the Angels.
Yep. No, I agree. And I mean, listen, the way the Dutrow barn's going, they had won, I think, 6 races here in an 8 race day period, so over a course of 2 weeks. One of them equaled its career high buyer, and the other 5 exceeded their career high buyers. To say that Rick's horses have been running well in the last few weeks here would be an understatement.
Well, we got a problem because we got a leak, apparently. I don't know who it is, but our feature angle usually leads to success at the windows. Somehow, someone got hold of the rundown because the man who's going to be aboard the 5, Silent Sandy, right now is opened as the favorite in this race. We'll have more on Luis Rivera Jr. coming up after a break. I don't know how it got out. We'll tell you all about this
I blame Bobby Clatt.
Young face on the NYRA circuit when we come back. He'll be aboard Silent Sandy for Gregory Sacco. Stay with us.
Down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
5, $1,500,000, and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NYRABets.com.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and the late pick 4 is coming up next. It's New York breds, all trying to get that first win in this $40,000 maiden claiming race at a 1-turn mile And that is the one we talked about going to break, who Luis Rivera Jr. We'll tell you about in a moment. We'll ride Silent Sandy, 2 sprints, and we'll now stretch out to a mile.
Yeah, you know, obviously, there's nobody in this race that has run a race that you go, oh, this horse really ran well last time, because they're talking about horses that are running Beyers in the 30s. But to put it in perspective, Silent Sandy, who projects to be, I think, the 4th choice in this race, the 5, ran a 35 Beyer last time. The favorite, Furry Fox, ran a 34. Now, it's not, handicapping is not as simple as just speed figures like that, but it is kind of interesting.
Yeah, although, yeah, Furry Fox, it's the Dutcher Junior barn, big
and
drop
a better
in class.
field, right?
Yeah.
The horse ran against better horses.
But yeah, it's Silent Sandy. I thought long and hard about making this filly my top pick.
Absolutely,
we did that show earlier this morning, talking horses. There's a lot to like.
I agree. That horse can win.
7-2 right now. Again, will be ridden by Luis Rivera Jr., who may be a young new face on the circuit, but riding is something that he's been around his entire life, with his father and godfather combining for more than 30,000 career mounts. That helped him realize what he wanted to do with his life very early on.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to do in my life. So I think since I was a kid, since I was like 10 years old, I was, you know, just wanting to be a jockey.
Jockey Luis Rivera Jr. got his start at a young age, where he attended jockey school in Puerto Rico.
It was a nice experience, because you get to start all the way from the bottom to the top, you know, like from walking horses all the way to breezing horses. And it showed you a bunch of stuff in the game. Being from a country that has like a lot of good riders, it makes you feel awesome, you know, being part of the leagues of jockeys, you know. My whole life, I always wanted to come to the United States. No matter what track I'll be riding it, I just wanted to come to the United States to ride. Since I started watching racing, since I was young, my whole life I was aiming, you know, to be here.
Can Lady Milagro get there? A 16th to go. It's Lady Milagro. She's still up by 2.5. Lady Milagro at 51 to 1. Lady Milagro, Luis Rivera Jr. pumps his fist. 51 to 1 shot in the autumn days.
As soon as I passed the wire, it was the greatest feeling of my life, because winning a stake is another feeling than winning any other race. Right after a while, whenever I stopped the horse, I took a moment just to look at the sky and thank God, because, man, it was a long way to get here, and it felt awesome.
Rivera Jr.'s dream was to be a jockey at a young age, and he had some strong jockey role models to learn from.
I grew up next to the track, and my dad was a jockey, but every single day after races, he called me, because, you know, he rides from Monday to Thursday. So whenever I'm riding, he's free, and the only thing he's doing is watching my races. And after every race, he texts me, oh, you did this good, you did this bad. He always trying to teach me how to be a better jockey after every single race. The best feeling is riding with your dad. Like, no matter if you got the worst horse in the race, it's another feeling to ride with him. That was the best thing in racing. Like, I have won stakes, I have won a lot of races, but I just want to beat him. That's all. I just want to beat and show him who's the best. I already knew this is what I wanted to do since I was a kid. So I know this is my passion. I can't imagine being more than a month without riding horses. This is what I really like. I really like the adrenaline whenever the gates open. I like the adrenaline during the race. I like the adrenaline in the turf races whenever you're swerving in and out horses. Is another feeling. Maybe I haven't achieved all my goals, but at least I made it. Like, one of my goals since I was a kid was to become a jockey, and right now I'm living out of it, so it feels great. It feels amazing.
Luis Rivera Jr., again, this is the one he will ride coming up, just his 2nd year as a rider. And he says he talks to his dad after just about every single race about what he did right, what he did wrong.
Cool. That's good to hear. And my friend Jimmy Riccio is his agent, and Jimmy has nothing but really good things to say about him and working for him and working with him. And he's a talented young rider, and, you know, we'll see how things go for him this winter. But he's an up-and-coming rider with some skill.
How about that? He set a goal this summer for Saratoga to win 5 races. He already exceeded that goal. He won 8 races.
And people say, well, 8 races. You think it's easy to win a race, more than a race a week in Saratoga? For a young rider, just lost his bug. That is a big accomplishment. Winning 10 for a lot of riders, they go up there, that's a very good achievement.
8 mounts.
It's right.
With that
It's
jockey
very,
calling
very
it.
hard to get live mounts, and Jimmy does a good job with them. But it's easy when you have someone who can ride, like Luis.
Well, this the one who should be favored by post time. This is Furry Fox. So again, class dropper for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. Romero Mirage will be aboard and face the best company likely, with maybe the exception of the 4 is tough to make in here of anybody in this field.
Yeah, no. I think that's perfectly fair. Yeah, I mean, listen. It's also this board is ridiculous at this point. This entry is not going to be anywhere close to 3-1. I don't even know what anybody's betting either one of these horses on. This horse is going to be under 2-1 by post time. So be careful looking at the board. I'm looking to see if the one took any money in the doubles or pick threes. No.
Very little form to go off of in this race to start off the pick 4. Maggie, we need you.
I don't know if I can give much more down here in the paddock, Greg. Sorry. But yeah, let's check in with the horse who is likely to be your post-time favorite in number 6, Furry Fox. I like that name for her. She's got some furry ears as well. But in that first race, she looked to be, and maybe I'm wrong here, but she looked to be getting out quite significantly the entire way around there. And I was intrigued to see what kind of equipment she would be wearing today, as I wasn't in the paddock for her debut, but fairly, inconsequential change of equipment. A rubber D-bit, which is about the nicest and kindest and softest bit you can put on a racehorse with a figure 8, and just applying a very, very short cup cheater blinker overall. Now, I do think that she'll appreciate some more ground to work with. She's bred to handle it as well, being out of a Bernardini mare. So we'll see. I think she needs to behave a little bit better in her running and run straighter, but I do like the spot for her as she does drop in class like many of these. And we'll take a look at one, though, who has been running a maiden 40s. That's number 5, Silent Sandy, who does stretch out in distance here. She's not the most athletic looking. She's a little bit awkwardly put together. She's kind of one of those horses that looks as though she has like an extra rib in there. She's very long through her midsection, but with that being said, usually those ones do want a little bit more ground to work with. And she consistently, at least in her first 2 races, has gotten out of the gate a bit slower, and usually adding a little bit more ground for a horse will mitigate that. So I do like her in this spot. She makes a nice impression here for Greg Sacco in the paddock. And on the outside is number 10, Open Flame. She's had her chances, as she does drop in class too, but she only has the 1 race going long, and she was a beaten favorite that day. And I get, well, why would you want to take her in this type of spot with the distance? The problem was that day she was really, really nervous up in Saratoga. She was saddled on the walk. It's just as if she expended a little too much energy prior to going in the stalls. And now, as she does make her 5th career start, she's so much more settled in this Aqueduct paddock. And she just really looks like she should appreciate getting out to a mile here, Greg. I really like what I'm seeing from her. And I think she's a very, very logical alternative to Furry Fox.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, 4-1 right now. Another class dropper. This one in for a tag for the first time for man who's having an incredible year, Kenny McPeak. And that man right there will ride in the red and white.
Yeah, I do feel like this horse is better than the last race suggests. Sort of hopelessly beaten and didn't push her that hard after that. She actually broke pretty well. She just didn't really have any speed. Listen, the class dropped down, and she has a 53 buyer to start her career. I think a 53 buyer probably will win this race, though I am interested in the 8 Pawtucket Shuffle, who ran a 33 first time out against better horses. No Bellicose hasn't gone on with it. Bahamimente won here the other day quite convincingly. I just feel like was in some tougher spots in other races, and I like this horse dropping down for Horacio de Paz.
That's the 8 at 6-1. Meanwhile, back to Luis Rivera Jr. He'll be on Silent Sandy. 74 wins this year and counting in just his 2nd year riding on an incredibly tough circuit.
Yeah, no, I think he's a talented rider. It's just a question of getting the opportunities, and whether his success riding is going to be ultimately staying in New York or whether he ends up somewhere else. I do think he's a good rider and he'll do well.
He's riding here for Gregory Sacco. 2 sprints for Silent Sandy, who he hops aboard. And now we'll get the mile distance here in start number 3. An angle that a lot of people like, having that foundation of those couple of sprints before going on in a route race. Pretty gray here by 1,000 words.
Yeah.
Whose first ever starter, by the way. Do you know the answer to this question?
No.
First ever starter for 1,000 words was a winner at, I believe, 45-1, the Queen's MG.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, yeah, breaking the maiden before getting purchased, right?
Here is part of the entry, Mischievous Trick for Gary Siaka.
One dirt race, the horse was distant in a very non-effort against better.
I heard some things. Part of the entry.
I don't know what they were. This was one dirt race is worse than the other ones. The turf races are better, but that's not surprising.
Post 2 and 4 for the 1 and 1A. The rail to this one, Fifi Lafoum.
Did absolutely no running in both races, a negative buyer and a 2 buyer.
Toxic Girl, Christopher Elliott rides.
This is the one you want to claim, right?
On grass.
Wait for turf racing. You're
Yes.
going to claim and wait for turf racing.
Exactly.
Keeping that one in
There's
mind
pedigree.
when we get back on the turf in April and May.
Olivia's Wish, Felipe Martinez.
Has tried this company before unsuccessfully at big prices.
Silent Sandy, there's Luis Rivera Jr.
As we've said, a lot of things to like with this horse.
Furry Fox, still 9-2.
Yeah, it's going to come down a lot from that price and going out for a very live barn. Though maybe no lack of money is not a good sign.
Classical's Finale went by, who's over 5. Here's Pawtucket Shovel, who you like.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't a sloppy seal track. Source did not run well in one last time, though that doesn't mean it won't run well today. Was wide against a good rail in his first start, her first start.
Bourbon Blanket, I've not seen a horse go in reverse as fast as she did in that dirt debut in a long time.
Yeah, she's a little tough to like off her one dirt race, better horses or not.
And then here's Open Flame,
Yeah,
4-1 from the outside.
I think she's very dangerous in here. The betting is so strange. I mean, there's still about 6-7 minutes of the race, and this entry is not going to be favored at Postum. I have no idea why people were betting on this entry. It's just, 2 for the price of 1. But it'll be interesting to see how low the 6 goes, because it's highly unlikely that Furry Fox won't be favored at post time, and is now with that co-favorite.
You can play a pick 4 that starts here by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up, bonus 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. So now favoritism finally has shifted, and it's gone to Open Flame.
Yeah, jumping around quite a bit.
Now it's jumped to the one who we expected to be favored, Furry Fox. That 3-1 is going to continue to come down.
Yeah.
There's just, look, this race, probably of any race on the card, this has the least form of any race.
There's just no form at all, really, to go on in this race. Even the last race today has more form. None of these horses has run a particularly competitive race. And it's interesting to see the 10 and 6 vying for favoritism. I think the 10 is the second choice in multi-race bets, but it's a fairly substantial difference between these two. I'll give some of the prices. In the double, keep in mind, a 6-5 won the last race, right? The 6 paying $6.80 for $1. The 10's paying $13.30. So while the second choice, the 10, considerably higher, yet the 10 is going off as the favorite.
Well, you see our analyst selections. They just went away. Andy going to Pawtucket Shuffle, the 8. Maggie, give us positives or negatives, what you're seeing from this one.
Well, I think Andy already brought up the negative in that what I noticed with her over the sloppy racetrack last time is that she looked uncomfortable every step of the way. I couldn't glean much from the warm-up because she hasn't left the pony, and she's been just a little bit unsettled with the pony kind of just going with her head up in the air, like just not looking comfortable, but I can't tell if that's just because of the pony rider having a hold of her head. Anyway, she's a little bit shorter in stature, so you kind of wonder how big is that stride length? Is it going to equate to wanting more ground? I'm not sure, but she is a bit more of an even frame, so she's not built downhill like I say when we're talking about sprinters, where they have a much more elevated engine, which I think allows them to run very quickly for a short period of time. Look. It is what it is. It's a New York bred maiden 40, so we're not, looking at any, spectacular physical specimens, and she's well turned out for Horacio de Paz. Great coat to her, very fit, well defined. I just am not getting the most positive vibes from her on this wet track. But she's a generous 7-1, so I can't really say absolutely not, Greg, given that price and given just the way she looks overall.
7-1. Thank you, Maggie. Pawtucket shuffle. And, yeah, got to overcome the disappointing performance on this type of track last time out, although it was tougher company, but we'll see what happens.
No, I agree, though. That's my concern. I was hoping a dry track for her, to be honest, but I'm not going to shy away from her. It's interesting to me. The most interesting thing to me is that the 10 is favored over the 6, and I still expect that to change by the time the race goes off, but time is running out for that, though we still have over 2 minutes until we break from the gate.
And just from an upside perspective, and there she is. One career start against a productive winner in that race.
I will say the Dutro horses that have won have been taking a lot of money, some being favored you didn't expect. And we didn't note, or maybe Maggie did and I missed it, I apologize. This horse was a gate scratch on November 9th. Obviously not something to be that worried about. His work since then and is coming back just 12 days later. It may have been a case of running off or something, not. No.
There is Romero Mirage.
The good-looking Mirage.
You're going to be teamed up with his cousin very soon, right?
No.
Oh, he's not going?
No. Acacia's coming. We're bringing in the heavy
I just
hitters
assumed.
this year. Nope.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, he'll be watching.
You think?
As Andy Serling carries on the tradition from Jamaica.
Yeah.
Furry Fox, 2-1. About to become favorite any moment now.
Yeah, no, he's come down, and it normally shows like that. But still, both of them the same price, right? 2-1, and on currently the 10 does have more money to win. I'll take a look and see how close it is as they're hovering around the gate. Anybody? I mean, I guess the entry's just getting bet off turf races, right? And the old 2 for the price of 1 situation.
I mean, they both are dropping in for a tag for the first time, but they both did just about 0 running.
Yeah.
On dirt, right?
0. I mean, their 2 races were awful. I believe the 6 is now favored at 9-5. Yes. Not on my phone, but
I mean, Mischievous Trick, the 1, was in the same race as Furry Fox, and was well behind that horse.
9.5 lengths behind that one as they're moseying behind the gate to close out this early pick 5.
It was the debut for both. Debuts often don't mean a lot. Then got on turf, the 1 Mischievous Trick, and then didn't show much on grass either.
Yeah, and I think turf figures are deceptive because horses aren't going to lose by that much, even when they run badly. So you often see bad horses getting figures in the 50s.
So they're in the background, and now the 9-5 favorite, right at her morning line, Furry Fox.
The money eventually shows. You know it's out there, you know it's coming, and it does.
So here we go. That one center stage on your screen, the 6, your favorite as we get set for this late pick 4. Just shy of $80,000 in this pool on this sloppy track. And yeah, that is Rivera Jr. there standing up, about to hop on Silent Sandy. They're in the red cap. And we know one thing for sure, he'll be calling Dad probably after this race to see how he did. They back out his mount. So 2 sprints, now getting a 1-turn mile here for the first time at start number 3. 7-1. This morning line dead on.
Yeah. Not surprising. Perhaps the Breeders' Cup will come around and realize to hire David Aragona to make their line going forward.
Best in the business.
It's very good. Not sure why they wouldn't want the best.
So there is Rivera Jr. back aboard Silent Sandy. They'll reload. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Silent Sandy goes in. Here's Furry Fox. Classicals finale. Toxic Girl. Olivia's Wish. Open Flame to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Bobble at the break for I Heard Some Things is towards the back end of the field. Also slow starting was Fifi Lafume. With the early speed, it's Romero Mirage and Furry Fox, and quickly sprints clear by 3. Widening lengths, Furry Fox has the speed right to the front out in the center of the racetrack. Tracking from second is going to be Olivia's Wish. Starts to move in closer with Pawtucket Shuffle, who's there in a shared third. The lime green cap is Toxic Girl, and tightly at the rail moving forward, Mischievous Trick. A lineup of 4 in behind the leader, who's still 2 in front. It's Furry Fox. 23.42 for that opening quarter mile. In that 6th position, Fifi Lafume starts to make up some ground, and towards the far outside, there comes Open Flame, who's now in 7th. Just behind them, I Heard Some Things is making hard work of it, and here comes the red cap of Classical's Finale moving forward. Also Bourbon Blanket, second to last, and the trailer, Silent Sandy, but they've got to catch Furry Fox. Furry Fox got right to the front and is widening with every single stride. It is a 5-length cushion. Back to second, Toxic Girl and Christopher Elliott, they're all in. Also Pawtucket Shuffle stalling a touch is taken third. Out wider there is Open Flame, but Furry Fox is trying to get out of touch, but is just running freely and doing it so nicely. 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Furry Fox turns up for home, still in pursuit. Toxic Girl from the back. Here comes Open Flame. Can Furry Fox keep going? Straightens up, and Furry Fox still has a comfortable cushion. Mild pressure from the inside from Toxic Girl, but looks to be just holding second right now with a furlong left to go. No doubt Furry Fox broke out of the gate, and it was over. It's Furry Fox and Romero Mirage still widening with every stride. This is a dominant effort. Furry Fox, that's your winner. Open Flame up for second, then Toxic Girl, and from the back, there's Mischievous Trick and the oncoming Bourbon Blanket in 1 minute 39 and 4.
Furry Fox, Romero Mirage, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn tried to just break everyone's spirit early and did just that.
I mean, this horse won like he should have paid $210. He's been run by 5 lengths out of the gate. And he never, ever, 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 ever at any point in this race was even mildly threatened. Horses from Rick Dutrow's barn right now, you just got to get out of the way, especially on the dirt.
Took forever until about the load for this one to become the favorite. We knew it was going to happen. Took a little while, but in the end, public got it right. 9-5 favorite with a convincing win.
9-5 was a steal the way this horse won. I mean, this was never, ever at any point in the race in doubt.
6-10, 46-1 shot, Toxic Girl.
Your turf horse.
That's my claim for the grass down the line. Yeah, hitting the board, running third.
She's now exposed herself. I mean, she's going to get like a 31 buyer here. It's going to kill your price when you get to the turf.
6-10, 3-1 here in the 5th. Let's go back to the beginning. Take a look at Furry Fox, the 6 out of the gate. Did she hop a little bit?
Nah, I don't know. I mean, she's in front by like 2 lengths, all of a sudden 3 lengths.
Race over. But, you know, look, to her credit, too, for this level, it's a little fast, yeah.
For these horses, yeah, it's not that slow relative to some race we've seen earlier. For these horses, yep, she was much the best. And she even overcame the good-looking Mirage.
Romero, cuz in the irons.
We love Romero.
2-year-old filly wins second time out with a drop down in class as the 9-5 favorite to start the late pick 4 against 6-10, 3-1. We have, well, I get one more segment with Andy before we say goodbye.
A few minutes left of me.
I will cherish it when we come back. Stay with us.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. You ever traveled through there?
Grand Central? Sure.
You get here?
No, not to get here. As I've talked about before, those windows on the left, they were OTB windows back in the 70s. Used to stop there with my grandmother when I'd take the train down, because back in the day, the train from upstate now goes to Penn Station. It used to go to Grand Central.
Romero Mirage on Furry Fox dominance. In start number 2 with a drop in class, let's go to Maggie.
The good-looking one is here with me now. As Romero, a filly that she wants to get out a little bit, but how hard does it make your job when a horse is doing that?
It is pretty hard, because it's like driving a car with almost no steering wheel, but you just have to kind of trust her, not fight her, because sometimes when you fight horses too much, they tend to get out or lug in, whatever it may be. Even worse, so I just try to nurse her along, because she's still a bit green.
And I felt as though you took away, the obstacle of having to negotiate and steer her through horses by just putting her on the lead.
Yeah, with the blinkers on and the stretch out in distance, I didn't see too much other speed in the race, so my only option was to really break and get her out for the first 4 or 5 jumps and try to get her to settle, but she's a bit nervy and still a bit green. So it was just like a work in progress, the whole post-parade and race.
Well done you for seeing her through and breaking her maiden. We see you on a lot of horses in the morning. We love your Twitter, your X updates. Good morning, fam. Talk a little bit about breezing now through the winter. Do you do it as much when the mornings are a bit colder?
Yeah, I'm out every morning. It's just if the track isn't bad, I probably won't work any horses, because the muddy track horses probably don't work over it for the most part. But whether it's cold, rain, or shine, if the track is good and people need me to work, I have to be there. So it's my own business and it's my own career. So I feel like if I'm not there, I'm at home just being unproductive. So just want to get out there and build as much as I can.
Have helmet, boots, and vest will work, right?
Yeah, all the time.
Well, congratulations here with Furry Fox. Really well done.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Not the easiest, but Romero gets her to win. Guys.
And, it took him a while this summer to finally get on the board at Saratoga, but he got a few wins late in that meet, too.
No, I love seeing him do well. He's an incredibly likable guy, just like his cousin Rajiv. They're good riders and both extremely just good people.
Modest early pick 5. I think we can do better in the late pick 5. It's been very formful as well, with Stratford Linda Rice as the favorite. And now Furry Fox is the favorite. First 2 legs, but still a long way to go. We could see some chaos coming up.
Well, I think the last race, there's no substantial favorite in the last race. I didn't see the favorite in the last race, except the 2 or something. See that.
This race, $12,000 claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs. You're going to leave us after this race. What are your parting thoughts?
I'm leaving you before this race. I picked the 6 Vegas weekend. It's coming off a win. You kind of missed the boat last time. I guess it takes all heart can win. I don't trust her, as Robbie Falcone will go for his 2nd win in today's card. This one with Manny Franco.
There you have it. I'm going to be joined by Acacia Clement after a break. We say goodbye to Andy. See you tomorrow.
I will. I look forward to it.
All right, we're going to take a time out. We'll be back, swap these 2 out, and we'll talk more from stakes action we saw this past weekend as we closed out turf action. Rather, Graham Motion closed out turf action, taking the last 2 turf stakes on the circuit, including the Central Park with Jack and Jim. It was much more professional with his Central Park victory.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint.
$75 down, 900, and 900,000.
The lead power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint at 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Urad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover.
Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tis the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tis the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
Man, I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, we always root for Manny Franco. Good to see him win and having another terrific year. We say it a lot, one of the most athletic, if not the most athletic riders in this colony. Joining me on set, Acacia Clement, good to see you as we get set for the last few on the card here.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I know, with these shorter shows, you and I have gotten to share the desk together quite a bit, which has been nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And Manny Franco, by the way, he's got some big mounts to come, including in this next race on It Takes Hearts, which we'll get to in a moment. But we're going to look back on the weekend, and Manny had a big win on Jack and Jim in the Central Park, and a horse that was a little bit green, changing leads in the debut. They made a change on this horse. They changed the bit. Manny said he had a lot more control.
Yep. And you could see it too. Definitely more professional throughout the running of this race. I thought it was relatively formful, but I thought that he finished really, really well. Yes, gets a touch keen into that first turn, but a horse that it was only his second start. 2-year-old, end of the season, his last opportunity to run on the grass up here in New York. He got started kind of late. I think that's in large part the reason why we saw Grand Motion say that he'll likely look for some stakes opportunities at Gulfstream or Tampa down in Florida this winter, but finishing with a flourish in Jack and Jim. Manny Franco doing the right thing with a young horse and getting him to settle, and then he's so strong in the finish, in the stretch, Manny. That's one of the things I really love watching about him. The way that he can get a horse to put forth, lower themselves in the stretch and finish. Very, very good at doing that.
Homebred for Madacat Stables. Son of Slumber. It's got to be even more gratifying here. And a horse who's now 2 for 2. Big potential. It's the way you like to see your youngsters start out. It looks like potentially a big future for this horse going forward. And we'll see 76 Beyer in the win. But you got to like more than just the number improvement, the looking a lot more professional doing it.
Definitely more professional. Like I said, it was only his second start, and exciting for Slumber too, who of course the Connections campaign, but is now standing in New York at Rockridge Stud as well.
So here's what's ahead on this Thursday card for Manny Franco. It Takes Heart is going to be very likely the favorite in this next race coming up. Amazing Dottie looked incredibly tough anyway, but now with the main challenger scratched in that race, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah.
And then one is just an unknown who's trying dirt for the first time in the finale.
And you can see with those odds, very logical horses coming in. Right now, It Takes Heart, 7-5 on the board at the moment. Just a big drop in class is Rob Falcone looking for another one today. Manny Franco's ridden this horse to victory before, a horse that the barn actually reclaimed, and they had success teaming up together. So looking to get a little bit of that magic back.
Now, here's the first of those 3 remaining mounts for Manny Franco. 3-2 favorite. It Takes Heart, dropping in class for Rob Falcone Jr. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll actually start with Jose Lescano mount in here, and that's number 4, My First Love, who will go out for Rob Atras, looking for back-to-back wins off of that claim now. And Rob is one of those trainers who does tend to kind of change a horse's physical presence, and I can see that's evidenced here with My First Love. Just has her looking really well turned out, A, in her coat, and B, just stronger overall, more athletic. So we'll see if she continues on that, improved trend that we at least saw last time as she was inside early, had a slight steady going into turn. Once she got outside, it was all over. So My First Love really ticks all the boxes here once again, as we'll move on to a horse who is not coming in here in the best of form, but does make her first start for Michael Catalano. That's number 8, Our Funny Business, off the claim, emerging out of that My First Love race where she was completely out sprinted early. She isn't one that has that much early speed, which obviously usually hurts her. You want horses to be at least involved, to have that good forward position. I will say this, though. She's sometimes a mare that doesn't look that strong across her top line or carry her conditioning that well. And now today, she looks probably one of the best I've seen her in the past, relative to past efforts, in that she's strong behind the saddle. Her weight looks great, really good coat to her too. The front wraps do go back on, but that's often a product of the racetrack being wet or sloppy or muddy. So we'll see what she does if she can get back on track here. Obviously, she's going to hope for some hitting up front and for that pace to come back to her, Greg.
Yeah, she will. We'll see if she gets it. It looks like there are even with the 5 coming out, it looks like there's still plenty of speed left in here.
Yes, there certainly should be. We'll see how it plays out, and certainly Willful Desire, who does come out, would be one of those, but plenty of horses that have the potential to be forwardly placed, including the favorite.
Manny Franco, there he is. Rob Falcone Jr. talking over strategy with his trainer as Falcone looks for his second winner on the card. That was a fun story, seeing Sofia Vivez in her first mount here in New York win for that barn.
Very fun, and I love her confidence too. And she said this is the first of many throughout this winter. She has confidence in her skills, and she can back it up too. She looked really, really good out there. One that impressed as an apprentice, and it's not easy to make that jump. It's not easy to make the jump coming to New York either.
Well, part of the speed scenario, and there's Manny hopping aboard the 2, probably should be It Takes Heart. Who's coming out of a pretty quick race early, and that was against Better.
Yeah, she broke really sharp last time out and then just kind of got outfooted a little bit, but she was facing some really fast horses in there against some salty company, as you mentioned. As I touched on, Rob and Zilla, the stables and the owners, had this horse previously this summer and won a race at Saratoga with her. So I always take a little bit of an extra look when trainers, and especially for the same owner, dip back in for a horse.
Here is part of the entry. This is Gringotts, who has the inside post.
We'll cut back in distance. Finished 3rd in that My First Love race, going shorter 2 back.
Entry mate will be all the way on the outside, and that's part of the speed scenario here. Jackson Zixie.
Yeah, one that is going to be forwardly placed. One that was, I thought, just not quite enough kick last time.
There's Manny Franco going by on the 2.
Makes a lot of sense in the drop in class.
Boss Lady Kim, 3rd off the layoff.
A horse who has the ability to be forward, has not shown that speed in the last couple races off the bench.
Here's My First Love, Jose Lescano for Rob Atras.
One that has the ability to sit mid-pack. She won nicely last time out, looks to keep the momentum going.
Gate to wire win for Vegas weekend last start against Easier.
Held clear last time out, but yeah, we'll see if she can make that 2 in a row.
More pace potentially here with Everly's Girl.
The one that's not been able to sustain that speed at all lately.
Our funny business, Christopher Elliott, the apprentice.
As you heard Maggie touching on, not been in the best form lately, but is intriguing first off the claim from Michael Catalano, who we don't see that much of on the Naira circuit.
4 minutes to post here in the 6th $40 Friday feeder contest. Low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Aqueduct's third race on Friday. Go to nairabets.com/contests to get involved. Good luck to everybody participating. As we go back to My First Love, who comes in off a win. That was at 7/8 of a mile back on October 10th. And, you know, with the speed we talked about in this field today, could get the setup.
Yeah, she certainly could. And I thought last time out, closing really well. Took her a little bit of time when kind of hanging on that left lead outside, leaning in a bit. But her momentum was going forward, which I do appreciate, and finally did switch there in the stretch and able to kick away. And it's always encouraging to see when a barn picks this horse up. Rob Atchis claiming her 2 starts back, in which she'd run okay in that $10,000 level, came back for 12.5 and win. And then now you see her in here again. We'll see if she can keep it going and make that back-to-back victories, but obviously trending in the right direction.
And she, early on in that race, actually had to put the brakes on early and kind of back out of things and showed some good athleticism for the level to really not have it hinder her at all. As we go to Vegas weekend, career best performance. Last time out, she utilized her quickness to be forward against a little bit softer level, $10,000 claiming group, but she got a big figure doing it.
She did, and it was off of a bit of a layoff as well. She had not run since June. She had moved into Antonio Arriaga's barn, and she broke running and took the lead and was able to hold clear under apprentice Francisco Martinez. Gets Ruben Salvero aboard today, and he's a rider that often is very aggressive, and I imagine he's going to do that with this mare in here today.
But, you know, with the presence of the other speedsters in here, it's probably not going to be as easy today as it was this day, is it?
No, it's not going to be, but I think, you know, you look at a horse like the 2 It Takes Heart, who could be forwardly placed, and while she breaks quickly, she's shown that she's not necessarily one that needs to control things on the front end. You do wonder how the pace is going to play out. One thing we know about Ruben, though, is, like I said, he's a rider that kind of takes the bull by the horns. He's aggressive right out of the gate, and I would be surprised if he doesn't do that here.
Now back to the 7-5 favorite remains It Takes Heart. Class dropper with Manny Franco. Let's go back to Maggie.
Greg, with It Takes Heart, she is definitely the horse to beat on paper, right? The connections are being aggressive with her, and the last time they were aggressive with her dropping to the 16, they got the win up at the spa, as you guys were just talking about. But she just looked like a different filly then. You know, she just looked stronger overall. Her coat was better. It's kind of like winter setting in. I feel her. It's pretty chilly today. Hello, winter is here. But like I said, while she is definitely the horse to beat on paper, I just wish what I saw physically matched that, and I'm just not seeing it. So I'm going to land on the horse that I'm hoping is trending in the right direction, as you guys were just talking about, with number 4, My First Love. She just looks best here. We'll see what she can do for Rob Atchis, second off the claim.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, I like this one a lot today, too. It's coming off that victory last start. She did have to check early, as we talked about in the backstretch in that win. And just seems like she is kind of trending in the right direction.
She is, and I thought that the 2 in It Takes Heart was very much the horse to beat. Obviously discouraged to hear Maggie's comments, but I agree that My First Love does really appear to be the type of horse that is moving in the right direction. And typically, and I commented on this the other day, typically when you see horses for the Rob Atchis barn get in good form, you know, lower level kind of claiming types, and he is active claiming, they are able to retain that form, which is not the easiest thing to do, especially with lower level claiming horses. Sometimes they're not the most consistent. Sometimes they may not be the most genuine. Sometimes they're a little bit tough to kind of keep their form and keep them consistent. And so when you see a horse trend in the right direction, I found that Rob does a really good job in kind of keeping those horses. And sometimes it's just as simple as keeping them sweet and happy with what their job is.
9-2 right now. So My First Love, we'll see if she can go back to back. And then really one of the biggest questions of this race is, can Vegas weekend repeat that race that she
Yeah.
showed us for 10,000 last start?
I know, that is the question. I do think that she meets a little bit tougher company in here, but I think if she clears and she's able to control things, now how much pressure does she end up taking early? Is she kind of stuck in that pressing spot on the outside because she can't clear and get over to the lead? That one will remain to be seen as well, but I thought, given that she was coming off the layoff a bit and last time out, first time for the barn, ran very well. Antonio Arriaga, who we've talked about a bit, has a limited number of horses, but you look at it just at the start of this Aqueduct meet here, 2 for 6 with a third, and he's done very well with spotting the ones that he has in his barn.
There's your favorite, though. So Manny Franco, 3 big chances, final 3 races on this card. This one, big drop in class, not glowing report from Maggie, how this one looks. So maybe an opportunity to beat a 3-2 favorite here in this 6th.
Yeah, and that's always just a question this time of year. You know, we talk about it a lot, but it is a big piece of it, especially for horses that have had a relatively long 2024 campaign. At this stage, as the temperature starts to get cooler, their coats can start to get a little bit long or lose a bit of their color. They can lose a bit of their weight. They can lose some of their enthusiasm for racing as well. So it's something to just keep an eye on.
Steps in as the 3-2 favorite. Set for the 6th. Here's Chris Griffin.
Everly's Girl goes in. There's Boss Lady Kim. Our Funny Business. 2 out, My First Love. Jackson's Dixie. Jackson's Dixie is in. All set. And they're off. Speed early here from It Takes Heart. Right to the front, It Takes Heart with the early speed. Host of pursuers in behind, out wider there. Shoved along comes Everly's Girl, wants to be forward. Also moving on through, that's Vegas Weekend, who splits rivals, and Vegas Weekend will be the first to apply pressure. It's It Takes Heart who's in front by a full length. Here's My First Love. Ground-saving journey at the rails, going to slip on through. Now challenging for that second position with Vegas Weekend, tightly bunched now on the front end. Everly's Girl is trying to keep up from 4th, losing some ground in between horses. There comes Boss Lady Kim, is now back to 6th. This pass to the inside by Gringotts and to the outside Jackson's Dixie. The trailer, Our Funny Business, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile, and Vegas Weekend with an assertive move. Right after the favorite here, It Takes Heart, and these two are head and head. And watching the action in behind, My First Love, Jose Lescano in cruise control, just watching the top duo. They're under a drive, and here comes, tipping towards the outside. My First Love is trying to pounce from the back, trying to rally on Jackson's Dixie. The front two still go at it. It Takes Heart. Here's the challenge again from Vegas Weekend, and been watching the action, stalking, and now pounces. There's My First Love. My First Love has taken the lead, but a new threat emerges in Jackson's Dixie on the grandstand side. My First Love is almost there. Jackson's Dixie lunging. It's gonna be a photo finish. Looked like My First Love just held on over the oncoming Jackson's Dixie. Then a late rally there from Our Funny Business in 1 minute 18.33 seconds.
When you talk about a dream setup, that is what My First Love got right here, and able to hold off the late charging Jackson's Dixie as well to get across the wire first under Jose Lescano.
Yeah, that's right. That's perfect setup here as we saw the 2 It Takes Heart sharp right off the box, and then as anticipated, the 6 Vegas Weekend was right on her hip. Ruben Silveira aggressive with her, and those two ended up kind of in the dueling spot, setting it up perfectly for My First Love, who is in the proverbial catbird seat. Got a little tight down at the wire, but she held on and clearly is in good form right now.
Back to the break from the gate, and Manny Franco said, I'm on, at least on paper, the best horse who's dropping down in class. I'm not going to mess around early.
No, he was aggressive, and also taking another look at the start, the 4 My First Love, she broke about a half step slow, and Jose Lescano did a really good job getting her forward and into some position behind those pace setters. But yeah, take no prisoners attitude with It Takes Heart. Unfortunately, just the race didn't set up to be conducive to her style today, and maybe, as Maggie touched on, it's been a long year for her. Maybe at this time of the year, some questions to see if she was able to run back to that big summer performance.
Even with that setup, had to work to hold off Jackson's Dixie, who was charging late. This is one who actually had shown a lot of speed in the past. Came from off of it today, but comes up just short. 4-1-A-8-6. And 4-1 here. My First Love. Rob Atras claims this 5-year-old mare, and it's been a fruitful claim. Now back-to-back trips to the winner's circle. 4-1-A-8-6. Prices when we come back. We'll take a look back to last weekend and some talented 2-year-olds with some big futures ahead of them. We'll take a look back at the key cents and the undefeated with the Angels and Laura Lynn, who won the Tepin for Grand Motion.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage for this Thursday card here at Aqueduct. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And now we just saw My First Love for Rob Atras. Claims this 5-year-old mare. It's now back-to-back wins since that claim. Jose Lezcano aboard for the victory and wins it 4-1.
It's definitely been a fruitful claim for the barn, and she got a great trip in here as well under Jose Lezcano. Give a little credit to the 1A Jackson's Dixie and 10-pound apprentice Arum Otero, who came running on the outside to make it tight at the wire, but definitely My First Love in good form right now.
Got those two battling up front just in front of her, and Jose Lezcano was probably licking his chops. Swung out. Being able to roll on by and then, hold off. Jackson's Dixie late for the victory. Our funny business, too, making that late run to get third. So My First Love, though, your winner. 7th win of this 5-year-old mare's career. And does it in back-to-back starts against the same level, 12,500. She's fine where she's able to be successful. $10.20 for the victory. And now we have a little bit of an upset finally now in this late Big Five. That's how close it was, about a nose in the end.
Indeed. Game by the runner-up there, but my first love just with that trip, and certainly biggest price so far in the sequence. Though
Yep.
she was pretty logical on paper,
She
too.
was.
Yeah.
But still, yeah, 2 favorites, and now favorite, no question, defeated here as we move on to the final 2 legs of the card in the late pick 5, and our feature coming up. And a big scratch, obviously, with Tour Empress coming out. 6 furlong sprint. Fillies, mares, 3 and up, bred in New York in this allowance optional claiming field. And amazing Dottie, she comes in having won 4 of her last 5. She's quick, she can be in front, she can go gate to wire, but she doesn't have to have the lead.
No, and I think it's important to note, too, that all the money coming in right now on the outside horse in the 7, My Bronx Baby, with the scratch in here, looking at maybe that horse to potentially wire the field. But if you look back at the last race, Amazing Dottie sat just off of that foe. And that was a race where the main speed of the race really didn't break or get out of the gate well, so it kind of changed the dynamic. You could see almost the exact same thing happening in this race again today.
Don't get too excited about the odds right now. The board is going to massively change before the gates open right now. You will not get 6 to 1 on the 2 in here. Let's look back on some of these very talented 2-year-olds that we saw this past weekend. For With the Angels, I'm sorry, we're going to take a look at the Notebook Stakes first and Shoot It True. Facing the boys for Wesley Ward. Blinkers coming off. She is very good.
Very good. She was in control of this race, and Wesley Ward had entered too. He opted to run the other filly against her female counterparts on Sunday and run Shoot It True against the boys here on Saturday, and obviously made the right call. She was dominant throughout and pulling away from her competition. She's actually never faced fillies before. She's only ever run against the males, which is kind of remarkable, but she was dominant. I think she is the goods, and really excited to see what the future could hold for her.
Sounds like her trainer thinks so as well. Wesley Ward apparently told Frankie Dettori, he said Wesley's usually confident, and he is, but he said before this race to him, she's special. So it sounded like he was fairly confident, and she ran to it. Big performance, beating the boys in the Notebook. Meanwhile, Key Sense, and this was, a test. With the Angels had completely dominated her competition her first 3 starts, but she was cutting back in distance here, and they wanted to try new tactics, and they got what they wanted here. It worked out.
Yeah, they certainly did, and she remains undefeated. She's been a lot of fun to follow as well. She clearly has an abundance of talent as well, and she's been impressive thus far. Now, it was the same by her speed figure of 79 that she got last time out, winning the Maid of the Mist when going a mile, a regression from the Joseph A. Jimmo, which was a dazzling 89 by her speed figure. But look, she's winning, and she was able to show another dimension, which she kind of had to do with the way that this race was setting up.
So off this performance, now a perfect 4 for 4. Probably going to get about a 60-day break, head back to Ocala, Florida, and Linda Rice had said maybe bring this filly back early February. And for this point, it seems like they want to keep her at 1 turn, 6 furlongs to a mile. And
that makes a lot of sense. That seems to be kind of what's best in her wheelhouse. But good to know you have options with your running style as well.
Graham Motion, exclamation point to end turf season on the New York circuit, taking the final 2. Nearly took the last 3 turf stakes, just missed in the Long Island with no show Sammy Joe. But Laura Lynn in the Tepin, and now she's 2 for 2.
She is. He has 2 very promising turf 2-year-olds, one a homebred, and then this one, Laura Lynn, coming over with a very strong European pedigree by Zarac, who's a really hot stallion, French bred, who we have not seen a ton of horses running by Zarac in the United States, but plenty of good progeny for him. And she, too, very professional in the running of this race. She's been very good so far and able to get up in time for the win in this Tepin.
Kendra Carmouche aboard for both those victories. Got her in the game a little bit earlier in that Tepin, and now she's 2 for 2. And as with her stablemate, it's off to Florida now.
And it's a similar kind of thing with her, too, as with Jack and Jim. They both started a little bit later in the year, so you missed any opportunities of those 2-year-old stakes in New York in the summer.
Fun weekend as we wrapped up turf action here in New York. And how long till April?
I know. counting the days doing a turf racing again. But how about it? I mean, this is the first really rainy day that we've had in quite some time, and our first day with not having turf racing carded. So actually a great call by the crew to stop turf racing when we did. We got a lot of use out of it, and we're going to have a lot of use out of it next year as well when we come back to turf season still being here at Aqueduct.
Feature race coming up next. It is a good one. We have a 5-year-old mare, and there she is, who comes in having won 4 of her last 5 starts, including a win here on this racetrack at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. September 19th for the Chris Engelhart Barn. Manny Franco will be aboard, and her main rival, a scratch, but still some tough competitors she got to go against. Amazing Dottie. We'll see next.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano
winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Covering almost 300 acres near the borders of Vermont and Massachusetts, New Hill Farm was established in 1984 by the parents of current owner Lily Kobielski. She says she's guided by one principle.
It's got to be all about the horse. You know, everything we do is to make sure that we're raising healthy, happy racehorses.
Yes, that's me.
Lily's husband, Maciek Kobielski, is a famous fashion and portrait photographer. Lily is both a photographer and freelance writer whose work has appeared in Vogue and the New York Times. It's not surprising that they love living surrounded by beauty at the farm that Lily took over from her mother a few years ago. And they believe it's a good place to raise both children and horses.
You know, we'll have as much as 45 horses at the farm at a time, which gets a little crazy.
Lily grew up riding and showing hunters and says her children appear to have inherited her love for horses. Whatever path they follow, New Hill Farm will always be a farm.
Very committed to conservation, so all of the farm is protected as farmland. And about 70 of the acres are fenced off for the horses.
There's Foxy Cara, bred by the New Hill Farm. An intriguing runner in this race coming up. You could be part of the New York Bred Advantage. 19% purse increase. Pays to have a New York bred. And we'll see quite a few intriguing ones coming up in this spot, including Foxy Cara. So 5-1 on Foxy Cara, who is hoping to get a little pace up front here in our feature race ahead. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, this could be Foxy Care's day, as it does feel like 3 of the main contenders in here all have early speed, as we'll start with the one who's going to try to do it from the inside, and that is Amazing Dottie. Actually, the first time I'm seeing this mare, she's beautifully put together, very athletic looking, having spent the majority of her career at Finger Lakes for Chris Englehart. But I really like what I'm seeing. She comes off a little bit of a break, but looks incredibly strong, especially behind the saddle, beautifully composed here as well. So Amazing Dottie really ticking all the boxes for me, but possibly the horse that looks best in here is the one that's going to have to overcome the layoff, and that's number 5, Sue Ellen Michigan. You know, you go back to her last race, which arguably was against a pretty tough field. Mystic Seaport running away and hiding that day, winning by 11 1/4 races, and then would come back and win again. It just felt like a race that was littered with horses who were in really good form at the time, and Sue Ellen Michigan unfortunately has missed the majority of this racing calendar. But she comes back looking spectacular, as she is well muscled, incredibly fit. Her coat looks like it's July, not the middle of November, and just has a really bright disposition too here in the paddock. We'll see what kind of trip she's able to pull. She does have speed and can employ it when going 6 furlongs, but we'll see what she does off the bench as she's sandwiched in between the 2 other main speed rivals, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see pace-wise what happens here. It looks like the 5 and 7, they absolutely want to go. And the 5 coming in off that long layoff, 7.5 months away, probably going to be fresh and out of the gate, very sharp. And Amazing Dottie's shown she can sit in stock if she needs to.
Yeah, I think that's a big benefit for Amazing Dottie. But as far as Sue Ellen Michigan goes, as Maggie touched on, I mean, she was in very good form before the layoff. Mystic Seaport was really going well at that time. And even prior to that, Sue Ellen Michigan running well in those New York bred allowance races to go through her conditions. She's been consistent throughout. She does come back in here off the layoff and for the claiming tag, but she's one that has run some fast races, but she does run her best races when able to be aggressively handled early on and to be forward. And as you can see, while she sets the pace, she often just holds on.
She's won almost half of her starts, but yeah, those margins tend to diminish by quite a bit late. But she has a pretty impressive record. Having said that, the layoff question mark as well too. First start back in 7.5 months, and there's a couple others that look like they want to be forward as well with her, like this too. Amazing Dottie, who has a pretty remarkable record herself. She's won 4 of her last 5.
Yeah, she's been terrific recently. She had a significant stumble in Saratoga 2 starts back, but last time out, as mentioned, one of the main speeds, I believe was the 6 horse in this race, it did not break and wasn't part of the pace. And so we saw My Bronx Baby go out to the front, and Amazing Dottie settled nicely just off of her and able to take over and pull away in the stretch. Certainly respect that she was able to show another dimension that day. She can be on the lead, she can be just off of it, and I think that that's a huge benefit for her coming into this race where she's going to have to be able to settle nicely.
Yeah, so Manny Franco, some decisions. We'll see what he opts to do with the way things play from the break with this incredibly in-form 5-year-old mare. The other main speed part of the scenario is a little surprising. The one who's favored here to the outside right now, it's probably going to change. My Bronx Baby. We know she wants to go to the front with Christopher Elliott.
She definitely does. Her only bad race on her form was the turf try, and when she was awkward at the start.
Here is Kendra Carmouche, rider change on Harlan's Bond.
And off a little bit of a freshening. We haven't seen her since June. Hopefully that will help her to get back on track, as her last couple of races disappointed.
The one to beat with that recent form, Amazing Dottie.
She's been in tremendous form and showed last time out, as we touched on, that she can rate, which is a huge benefit.
Andy Serling.
God, I've forgotten poor Andy. No, wait, how
never,
can we
never,
ever forget Andy?
14-1, Romero Mirage on board there. Foxy, Kara, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, this is one who's going to be praying for a hot pace up front and will be running late.
7.5 month layoff with Sue Ellen Michigan.
And she was in pretty good form before the layoff. She likely will be part of that early pace.
And speed, wow, the price getting shorter on My Bronx Baby 9 to 5.
And look, she's had a great record through her career as well. She's 5 for 9, 3 more of those races in the money. Like I said, her only bad race was the turf try. Other than that, she's been remarkably consistent, though could have company on the front end.
5 minutes away from our feature race on this Thursday card here at Aqueduct on this sloppy track. Rain's still coming down a little bit. You can play all the action with Naira Bets. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up for new members bonus 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. So my Bronx baby, as you pointed out, yet the only really poor start was on a surface that she will not be on today. It was the turf experiment. She has speed, and she has, with a couple other speeds in the race too, probably the place you want to be drawn outside.
Right, which I certainly think is a benefit for her as well. And now while Amazing Dottie comes in off the back of that win on September 19th, if you look at My Bronx Baby, she's actually had 2 starts since then. A second in a sloppy track up at Finger Lakes, and then last time out in which she was dueling on the front end and hit the lead first and was able to just hold on late over Carol T, winning here back on November 1st as well. So she has been had a couple races since then, maybe a little bit fresher for Amazing Dottie, but overall been very consistent throughout her career. The one thing about My Bronx Baby, though, that I don't love is that she never switches leads, sometimes can kind of lean in a little bit late in the stretch, and she's able to hold on. With other pace and with the pressure she's likely to take, I would love if she could kind of get a little bit more momentum, an extra little burst of energy when switching to that outside lead. And real quick, I know we're going to talk about another horse here that probably the 5 is going to wind up being your favorite at post time. Favored in the doubles right now. A little surprised by that. This one, obviously a big scratch of the 6, so everyone's prices came down a little bit. What is there positive-wise with Gone and Forgotten? Well, she is one that can come from off of it. The big thing is that it's just been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle. Romero Mirage looking for another one, and to her credit, up at the Finger Lakes last time out, she was 3rd behind True Empress, who scratched out of here but would have been a major player in this race. So flattered by the company. She's one that is often right there with a lot of in-the-money finishes, just not really a winning type. More on, for now, the one who's still the 8-5 favorite. It's the 7, My Bronx Baby. Let's go back to Maggie.
And guys, as Andy Serling and some of our other colleagues like to say, people like ones, and My Bronx Baby definitely has those with those 5 career wins looking at you right there on the form. But the bulk of those coming at Finger Lakes, and last time when breaking through the Naira version of the first level allowance race for New York breds, I think she beat a field that's, let's just say, weaker than her main rivals that she faces today. Now, she looks like a pocket rocket. She is compact, she is stout, she just looks fast with those really strong hindquarters to her, and I respect her winning ways. Half the battle is having a horse that has a desire to win, and she definitely has that. I just feel like the waters get deeper, the class gets a little stronger overall, and while I can't really fault her physically, I'm just not willing to settle on her at a short price. Now look, she does have the advantage of being drawn outside her other speed foes, but again, she's just going to have to break through this condition for me to have the utmost confidence in her, as I said, at a short price now at 3-2, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. There's the 4. There's Foxy Cure, Dylan Davis to ride. See what's happening here. Is it just an adjustment? Looks like it.
Looks like it, yeah. She's getting a leg back up for Dylan Davis. She's a very narrowly built filly, so as we often hear Richie Migliore talk about, if a rider feels that the saddle has slipped a little bit or maybe slid forward, oftentimes you'll see that with horses with more narrow withers. It happens a bit more. They'll adjust their girth after the warm-up. And oftentimes, too, horses love to kind of puff themselves out when they first put the tack on. And as they get moving and relax a little bit more, it could get a little bit looser. And the last thing you want when you go out there and start going that fast on a 1,000-pound animal is for your tack to not be secure.
And Foxy Kara, there's potential she could get the perfect setup in here.
Yes, she absolutely could. And, you know, she had that win back in August. And like I said, she's a narrow type. And I thought that that day was the best that she's ever looked. And then she has to step forward and face the second level New York Bred Allowance Company. And she's been big prices in those. You had Athena Beach win 2 starts back, who was able to take control of an inside speed track and had a lot of early pace to offer to the party. And then last time out, you had Cruz de Catalina, who's been in great form recently for Riley Mott as well. So I think that maybe she's a little bit dirtied up with those last 2 races, but you can be forgiving of her of the class and the quality of what she's been facing. There is a lot of pace. She would certainly love that today.
And to me, one of the biggest surprises on the board, I thought Trimpus was probably the winner of the race. I thought, but regardless, Amazing Dottie was the morning line favorite. With the 6 coming out, to still be getting 3-1 on this mare right here with the form she comes in on, having won 405, just the figures she's running. She's now, I thought, the one to beat now, unquestionably.
I agree. I picked her in here. You know, maybe it's a bad sign that she's that cool on the board, but I was just really encouraged by the fact that we were able to see her sit just off the pace last time out. If Manny Franco finds himself on the lead, she can do that as well. I love that versatility. And yeah, people like to see ones and like to see wins, but she's been winning up a storm recently.
She got more than anyone recently, yeah. That's surprising. She's 3-1. We'll see if it changes late here. There she is. As she loads up, Harlan's Bond stepped in. So trying to win for the 5th time. Her last 6 starts. Gone and Forgotten steps in. She's the biggest price on the board at 12-1. Favorite for now, My Bronx Baby from the outside. Trying to put together back-to-back wins. Christopher Elliott was on board for that win back on November 1st. We'll see if he can do it again. Feature race on our Thursday card, this 7th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Here's My Bronx Baby. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Sue Ellen Michigan with the early speed right to the front. It's Sue Ellen Michigan with Amazing Dottie towards the inside there. Now head and head, and joining them out wider will be My Bronx Baby, and these 3 hook up. 3 of them across the racetrack in the early stages, and Gone and Forgotten couldn't keep up with the early heat. Gets past to the inside by Harlan's Bond. They're 4th and 5th. The early trailer, Foxy Kara, and the front 2 fly up front. They go into the far turn together. My Bronx Baby to the outside, a neck in front of Amazing Dottie. Trying to catch the breather there with Sue Ellen Michigan. Took off the pace. It looks to be working right now. Has come right back to that leading duo from 3rd. 22.37 for the opening quarter mile. The 2 back markers, Foxy Kara, is running on with Harlan's Bond. And right there in between horses, still Gone and Forgotten. So they reach the top of the stretch. My Bronx Baby turns up for home, is in front. It's My Bronx Baby. Here comes Sue Ellen Michigan trying to re-rally towards the outside. Took a little bit of a breather into the far turn, and Sue Ellen Michigan's back for more. My Bronx Baby's in front. Sue Ellen Michigan is running on. Harlan's Bond dives down towards the inside for a final 16th. Meanwhile, Christopher Elliott, My Bronx Baby, they're still there. My Bronx Baby gets the victory. My Bronx Baby over Sue Ellen Michigan, who's in a photo with Harlan's Bond. Gone and Forgotten, finishing 4th in 1 minute 11.48 seconds.
Board was correct. They make the favorite the winner, My Bronx Baby, Christopher Elliott. Jimmy Ryerson, back-to-back wins for this speedy filly.
Now we know why this filly was taking so much money and the 2 Amazing Dottie was not. It was interesting because My Bronx Baby kind of drug Christopher Elliott to the lead early on when she didn't break quite as quickly maybe as some of the others, but she was able to take over, hold off Sue Ellen Michigan, who was coming off that layoff, and My Bronx Baby switch leads, very professional today, was straight and true in the stretch and able to kind of re-engage when you saw that foe coming up to her outside. Nice performance from this filly.
And look, for Sue Ellen Michigan, this is off a 7.5-month layoff, a tough ask. Manny Franco, meanwhile, on Amazing Dottie, his hand was forced. He had that inside post, had to go and send early, and then just didn't have anything late in the stretch.
No, you could see him really riding hard early out of the gate on the 2 Amazing Dottie. I keep wanting to call her Dottie, excuse me. Dottie, right here. Look at how low he is in the saddle and really hustling her to go forward. I think because he could see out of the corner of his eye that Sue Ellen Michigan was there, and the 7, My Bronx Baby, early on was not. Now she is going to kind of engage from the outside as well. So yes, Amazing Dottie going to have quite a bit of pressure. But while the other two hung around to finish 1-2, she had nothing left in the stretch.
Yeah, nowhere in the end. 7-5, 1-3. My Bronx Baby, who at least, early on, I know obviously, as we saw, eventually got to the front here, but a little bit further back than she's used to being out of the gate in her races. Picks up her 6th win, 10 career starts. Take out that turf race, 6 for 9 overall.
You have to love a horse like this. Remarkably consistent.
3-2 is your favorite with the win. Christopher Elliott back-to-back on this 3-year-old filly, beating older company here as well. My Bronx Baby with the win in our Thursday feature. Nightcap still to come. Don't go anywhere. Prices from the 7th, set up the 8th. When we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, we'll be back.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clarion trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
It's My Bronx Baby into the winner's circle. Back-to-back wins now for this 3-year-old filly. In our feature here in the 7th on America's Day at the Races, Christopher Elliott aboard for both those wins. Our winner's circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Jimmy Ryerson. And Jimmy, I thought a real step up in class today, and she responded beautifully, My Bronx Tale, as switch leads beautifully too.
Yes, yeah. Last win she didn't switch. She has a habit of not switching. Today she decided to switch, and I noticed that Linda's horse, who was bearing down on her, didn't switch, and it all worked out, And she did. She, faced a filly that had beaten her before. She faced some, nice older mares, and she's just getting better and better.
6 for 9 now on the main track, never off the board. These types are rare to come by.
Yeah, she's just a racehorse. She's very small. Doesn't do a lot looks wise to you, but she throws it all out there when she runs, and she puts it all out there.
I like those types of hearts are bigger than their actual physical frame. But Christopher Elliott, too, she didn't break slow, but she didn't break at running, and she like drug him to the front end, and they were both pretty confident out there.
Yeah. When she hits that outside post, she's learned to rate and sit off a horse, and that's an advantage. You know, she's not one-dimensional in that regard. So that's all good, and Chris knows that. So
New York bred stakes, do you think could be down the line?
I don't know. She's just doing well, and we'll see. We'll see.
I like that. Keep up the great work with her. Congratulations, Jimmy.
Thanks, Meg. Thanks.
All right, good to see this filly, My Bronx Tale, baby, break through. That was her dam. That's right, Greg. But break through this condition and keeping her in great form.
Just win, baby. She loves to win and get her picture taken. 6 wins. She had 9 starts on the main track. Returns $5 for the victory. And in a race where it looked like it may not set up great for her, showed us kind of a new tactic doing it.
She did, and even as Maggie touched on in that interview, kind of dragging her rider forward, she was able to pull on and showed a lot of tenacity, digging in late. One that Jimmy's done a great job with in kind of finding her best form. She's been so consistent throughout her career, and when coming here on the NYRA circuit has been very effective as well.
Not an easy race to close things out. $20,000 maiden claiming group, so all for sale for that price as they all try and get that first win on the resume. 1 turn mile, and favoritism right now to the 11 Bourbon Outlaw, whose only dirt start has started 9 times, was the career debut. Did not show much.
No, he did not at all. It was beaten double-digit lengths that day. It was sprinting, dropped in for 40,000, actually ran well on the turf 2 starts back. But even on the bottom side, the dam was all turf. The second dam was all turf and synthetic, buy into mischief, so we'll see how he handles it. But it is hard to take anybody at a potentially short price in here, especially as most of them have a lot more turf form.
Christopher Elliott, though, trying to take this late double. We'll talk more about this field when we come back from a timeout. We'll look ahead to some weekend action as well. New York Stallion Series, Thunder Rumble Division. Antonio Venice comes in having won back-to-back starts, but we've not seen him since April for Rudy Rodriguez, going up against the more recent winner, Lightman, who was impressive in the Hudson.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The field straightens away into the stretch. Thunder Rumble charging hard on the far outside, and now he's in front.
and Dixie Brass toward the inside is now back, racing in second position, and farther back, Devil Is Due, and they're coming down toward the final 16th, and it is Thunder Rumble, who rambles home here to win the Travers Stakes.
Thunder Rumble, first New York bred in over a century to win the Travers, and he did it tying Easy Goer for the third fastest Travers time ever.
Just amazing. A huge performance. This was coming off the back of the win in the Jim Dandy as well. He had such a good 3-year-old year and went on to face older towards the end of his season, and then was sidelined for all of 1993. When he came back in 94, he won another stake up at the Spa as well with our own Richard Migliori aboard, and just amazing to see that comeback that he had to finish out his career in style. And certainly loved winning at Saratoga.
Yeah, his 3 biggest races he ever ran, came at Saratoga. Thunder Rumble, he certainly brought the boom, especially upstate. And this year's edition of the Thunder Rumble, New York Stallion Series, coming up on Saturday. Take a look at the field that will line up. And we mentioned going to break, Antonio Venice and Lightman. And Antonio Venice battled with Doc Sullivan back in April, and he came up with his second stakes win against New York breds in a row, but we've not seen him since that time.
That's right. He's run some really fast races, including this 91 Beyer speed figure back in the Times Square division of the New York Stallion Series. But like you said, that was back in April, and we haven't seen him since. So he has the layoff to contend with. He's obviously incredibly talented. Won the Damon Runyon by 9 1/4. He's run some very good races throughout, but has the layoff to contend with. Maybe he'll be facing some horses that he'll be able to tackle coming in a bit fresh.
Yeah, and even, the horse behind him that day, Doc Sullivan, after that performance, back-to-back victories. I know he didn't face that much the next couple of starts. Some horse named Panda Gate. I'm kidding.
They have a fun little rivalry going on, though, huh?
Yeah, they do. No, look, he's faced very good company, and he ran well against Panda Gate. And then just way over his head in the Grade 1 last start.
And I can understand wanting to take a shot in a race like the Pennsylvania Derby for Doc Sullivan. But, he's a very cool horse as well. As is Lightman, who was able to come back off that huge layoff at the start of his career. He's had some gaps in his form, and they've just really found his stride lately. And with the addition of blinkers last time in the Hudson, getting the victory.
So this was late October in the Hudson. 4 wins his last 6 starts, and maybe kind of the now horse in this group.
Yeah, he had to face Federal Judge 2 starts back, and Accretive. I mean, very salty horses. Even Looms Boldly prior to that, who's been in great form throughout the summer sprinting. But yeah, I thought it was good to see him put it all together to get his own stakes victory last time out.
So Lightman, Bruce Levine, Kendra Carmouche. Andy was talking about it earlier when we previewed this race too. This is a really good addition of this race this year.
It really is. You can make a case for quite a few of them, and just easy horses to root for. A lot of really hard-knocking contenders in this group.
Including, we haven't even talked about General Banker yet, gets the outside post. Rider we talked about earlier, Luis Rivera Jr. will be aboard. Had a win 2 starts back going a mile with an 89 Beyer in the process.
Right, and we saw him last time out in the 1 1/8 Empire Classic, which was wired by Mama's Gold, and just too far for him. Dynamics not setting up for him, and he's a horse that 2 starts back really got the right kind of trip and the right kind of victory. This is 7 furlongs, as he'll be able to cut back in distance again. Drawn well to the outside, and could be a great spot for General Banker.
4-time winner. Getting back to probably a distance that's a little bit more in his wheelhouse. Tried a shot in that $250,000 Empire Classic at 1 1/8. We know very dangerous at this distance, no question. So that is coming up on Saturday, race 8. 3:38 Eastern Time, Thunder Rumble division of that New York Stallion Series. We hope you join us on our Saturday coverage. You're with us Saturday, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we will see you then, hopefully. Speaking to everyone out there watching. Meanwhile, back to a very difficult race to close out this sequence. If you're live in this Pick 5, and there's a few Pick 6 carryover opportunities as well in this race coming up. But yeah, there's many cases to be made, including one trying dirt for the first time in here. That's the one Manny Franco will ride, very satisfactory. Look at the Pick 5 Will Pays. Our current favorite, is the 6. And that would be paying $271 and change. Very satisfactory.
Both of the horses that are trying the dirt for the first time are the ones taking a lot of money between the 6th and 11. We'll see if either of them can handle it, or I should say for the 11, the first time in a long time.
All right, so good luck if you got this far. We hope you can close it out. We're rooting for you as we head downstairs in a moment to Maggie. We'll get there in a second. I thought the 8 Dangerous Driver, I really liked. I know this 3-year-old's 0 for 17, but only 0 for 6 on dirt. But that last start I thought was the best we've seen from this one.
Yes, was far second best to Guile. That was back to the dirt and blinkers back on, a similar type of race. Did run outside late. One that doesn't have a lot of speed, though, and that's one thing that concerns me about Dangerous Driver. But I thought, though second best, put a lot of space between him and the 3rd place finisher as well.
Yeah, Bolta Plata, who's the 9, who I thought was one of the other main contenders in this spot, and easily disposed of that one. And did legitimately brush the gate coming out, Dangerous Driver, in that last start. 9 minutes away from the 8th. Now she's ready. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at the horses who are switching surfaces. And the horse that's taking, well, some money. He's not a prohibitive favorite by any means, but does go out for very strong connections. That's number 6 in here, Very Satisfactory. A son of the Factor, the dam, she was best on the turf. And as far as the immediate pedigree, he's been the only one to run. Now, overall, this horse does look more turf-meant. He has a very angular hind end to him. He's very much of the Factor ilk, and I just feel as though, for the most part, his progeny are a little bit better on the turf. He looks fantastic overall, but that's something that's to be expected when coming out of this barn. So it's a very low-level claimer, but to take a short price on a horse like this just doesn't make that much sense, as we'll move on to another one that's taking money and dropping down, but moving from turf to dirt. Now, number 11, Bourbon Outlaw, has tried the turf before, and it was over a muddy sealed racetrack against better company, I'd say, though they were mainly turf horses, to be fair. So I don't know how much better, to be honest. The one thing I'll say about this horse, though, relative to that point in his career, is that he's so much stronger. He's just put on a lot more muscle mass overall, and he's just transformed into more of an athlete, at least based upon physical appearances. So at least, that should help him out a little bit. But again, another horse that just looks totally turf-meant, which is something I've marked in my notes about him in the past. Now, a horse who is just enormous, only making his 3rd career start, though, is number 7, Bad Boy Butch, who I think actually for a maiden 20, that last race was pretty good. We saw Torpedo run earlier on the card, come back and run well, and then Confabulation, who was 3rd that day, came back to break his maiden with a 74 buyer. I don't think we quite need a 74 necessarily to win this race. And Bad Boy Butch is just this enormous animal. So you would have to think that some racing would probably be needed to get this guy into 100% fitness. And he came in with a purpose today. He came in on the muscle. He's been marching around the paddock as he does apply those shortcut cheater blinkers. And you just watch the way that he goes. He definitely moves like a horse that the longer he goes, the better, though we're still going this mile here. I am a little bit concerned, to be honest, about the wet track. Sometimes these big, heavier horses, they just don't tend to get over it quite as well. But again, I thought there was some upside here with Bad Boy Butch, and he does look fit. And like I said, Greg, ready to go.
All right, we'll be ready to go in about 7 minutes here. 3-1 favorite. The 6, Very Satisfactory. And a little bit of a puzzle here coming up in this finale.
This is a very tricky race because there's not a ton of form to sink your teeth into. The horses that maybe have been running against the best competition have been running on the turf. At least one positive with the horse Mackie was just talking about with the 7, Bad Boy Butch, is that he's only had 2 starts and only one of them on the dirt, not running against a bad group last time out. He's kind of one of those horses that I'd noted down early on just lacked a lot of refinement in that he was kind of rough and just large in the way that he was put together. So if he's looking fit and he's forward in here, then he's kind of coming into his own, which is a good sign. And so maybe that's a sign of a horse that's trending in the right direction as he'll stay on this surface.
Here's our post parade. We'll start with the one who inherits the Royal with a scratch of the one shaking the bell, Jose Lezcano for Rudy Rodriguez.
Has had a lot of chances and coming off some disappointing efforts at this level in contrast to some of the others. He has been exposed at the maiden 20 for quite some time.
Big price, second biggest on the board. Noble one.
Another one who will really have to turn things around, but he does have a layoff.
This one's a little interesting. Comanche Peak, maybe just a little too far last start.
And broke slowly last time out as well, but it actually made a big sweeping move and ran on a little.
21-1 Lane Leslie on the 5 here.
A horse that was chasing early and then had nothing to offer late.
First time on dirt, moving to the Brad Cox barn, very satisfactory.
Maggie touched on pedigree, much more turf meant, but we'll see if he can handle it. Does get a sloppy track.
This one's interesting. Second time dirt, Bad Boy Butch.
And blinkers going on as well for the third start of his career.
Dangerous driver. Maybe the one to beat off that last start.
Maybe so, as we talked about, put a lot of separation between himself and this horse, Bolt de Plata.
Yeah, 5.5 lengths behind was this one, Bolt de Plata, last start.
Has run some okay races, both in maiden special weight and maiden claiming company, just hasn't been able to get to the winner's circle.
Rider change, Eliseo Ruiz on Mighty Glory.
Blinkers going back on, we'll see if that helps.
And Bourbon Outlaw, again, only dirt start, was the debut 9 starts ago. It was a straight maiden race, but it was taken off the turf and didn't really pick up his feet.
Right, and it was over a year ago, so you would hope that he's just a better horse overall, a better athlete now, though the pedigree in the bottom side does lean more towards the grass.
So a rare turf race we're going to show you, a race meant for dirt, because that's all pretty much Bourbon Outlaw has been on aside from that debut. And what positives can we take from this?
Well, this was a very good effort from him. I mean, nearly won this day, Bourbon Outlaw, as he gets beat by just half a length, finishing second at 14-1. And he was a horse that was sharp in the preliminaries, not running very well. Couldn't get the win that day. He disappointed last time out after a significant bump at the start. Now, can he transfer that form to the main track? Was it a he should have won that day? But hey, we'll see if Christopher Elliott can take the late double here.
Meanwhile, very satisfactory. This is a bit crazy, isn't it, to make this one 5-2, the 6?
A bit. I guess maybe it's a little bit of the Brad Cox factor, maybe by virtue of the fact that he ran for 40,000 last time out, but prior to that was running against Tougher out of town. He's just a little bit of a tough read, especially because the factors, I mean, typically I think of them mostly as sprinting on turf, much more kind of a turf sire, I think, overall. The Dam was 0 for 2 on the main track, both of these off-turf races, but she seemed to handle it okay. So we'll see. Looks like he's warming up nicely.
And yeah, it's Brad Cox. The horse has been with 3 different barns. He's been with Brad Cox for about 2 months. I mean, what kind of miracles is he going to work here?
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. Look, I mean, could he win this race? Absolutely.
Just shouldn't be 2-1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would not want to take him at that price.
Meanwhile, dangerous driver, price starting to come down as it should. Katie Davis rides here for Jose Jimenez.
This horse just makes sense. I know that he's had a lot of chances, but who should he be afraid of in here? I know that he's 0 for 17, but like you said, only 6 of those have been on the dirt. He only has had 1 wet track try, and it was actually one of his better performances too, finishing 3rd that day, so showed he could handle the surface. 2nd last time out. Hopefully gets out of the gate a bit better today than he did last time.
Yeah, he's 0 for 6 on dirt. One of those was against Domestic Product.
Yeah.
It was a grade 1 winner.
That's okay.
There's definitely some positives. 7-2, that price is probably going to continue to come down. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, and it feels like although he is over many dangerous driver, probably just the most reliable in this spot, I think. But let's check in with the horse who is holding firm as your favorite in number 6 in here. Very satisfactory. Now, as you guys noted, getting a nice warm up, seems to be moving over the surface fine at a slower pace, but also getting, a fairly aggressive warm-up from Manny Franco. And I think a lot of times the notion is with these more turf types, just get them out of the gate, put them towards the front end so they don't have to encounter the kickback, and that's going to give you the best chance at winning. So look for Manny to be aggressive with very satisfactory out of the stalls. Moving on to a horse who might be also a little bit more turf met, and that's number 4, Comanche Peak. Is the son of Frankel. rightfully so, but he does turn back in distance a little bit. I do like that for him. He is a horse that has consistently looked a bit heavy, and he is a heavier horse, but one of the more fit times that I've seen him appear prior to a start, just a lot more definition to him overall, and looks incredibly healthy. I mean, still has that summertime coat to him, so I always like to see that. Again, a horse that's going to be a big price that I just thought deserved a look here, given that this is only his third time on the main track. Greg?
Yeah, I think Andy made quite a big case for this one. It might have been his top pick. I'm not sure, Comanche Peak. But, yeah, I mean, the horse was making up ground last time out. Got off a little bit slow and maybe a little bit longer than he wanted to go. So we'll see how effective he is at a mile.
Sure. The big thing with this horse, too, though, is that he just does not get out of the gate well. Even in that one race back in June when he ran a 75 buyer on the turf, coming from off of it, that was probably the best break that he's ever had getting out of the gate. You even just look at the short comment, off slow. He was last early last time out, off half slow, bump to the start, off bit slow. Just his Achilles heel, and especially for horses like this, at this level, you want them to not make it so hard on themselves.
Still, it's 2-1 favoritism on a horse who's never been on dirt. But you have the name of the trainer there, Brad Cox, that's probably making, and I guess has done nothing wrong on the surface too, which is probably tells you a lot about the rest of this field and how people feel about it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any excuses on the dirt yet.
Still an awfully short price to take on an unknown here. We'll see what happens. As we see the 2 at 9-1, Jose Lezcano shaking the bell, has had plenty of opportunities at this $20,000 maiden claiming level, and still, even at 9-1, this horse would not be a surprise, I don't think, at all.
No, he would not be. No. He's hit the board several times. Been close.
And told you potentials for carries in the pick 6. There's 3 of them: the 3, the 4, the 10. Excuse me. Wow. 3, 4, 10 would result in the pick 6 getting hit. We talked about the 4 as a potential. The 10, a little harder to see, as is the 3.
10's a bit hard to make, yes, agreed. But good luck if you're still alive.
Indeed. There's the favorite, first time on a dirt surface. Manny Franco for Brad Cox, moving to that barn. Set for the nightcap on our Thursday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Bourbon Outlaw goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Bad Boy Butch right out of the gate. It's Bad Boy Butch with company towards the inside and Shaking the Bell. And now Shaking the Bell seizes the lead, and Shaking the Bell sprints clear, is up by 2.5. Comanche Peak is now stalking in a shared second as they're in a tight group there with Nilrook is in that mix. Out wider comes Bad Boy Butch. It's a lineup of 3 out in the center of the racetrack. Another group behind them. It's a gap of another 5 back to, there's the gray. And Very Satisfactory is towards the inside, is chased to the outside here from Dangerous Driver, who's in that mix, and also Bourbon Outlaw right there is in 7th. Behind them, losing a touch of ground, was Bolt de Plata. Mighty Glory towards the back end of the field, and one far, far back is Noble One. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Shaking the Bell takes him into the far turn. Bad Boy Butch is rolling up on the outside, and here comes over on Bad Boy Butch, and Bad Boy Butch, a menacing presence down to the inside, Shaking the Bell. It's Shaking the Bell and Bad Boy Butch with that head in front. 46-4 for that half-mile time, and it's still Bad Boy Butch to the outside of Shaking the Bell. 3.5 lengths in front. All in is Comanche Peak trying to rally on. Also trying to run on there is Bourbon Outlaw Redcap, and from the back, Dangerous Driver. They reach the top of the stretch, and Shaking the Bell is shrugging off Bad Boy Butch, and Comanche Peak catching with every stride on the grandstand side. Here comes Comanche Peak and Ruben Silvera. They've taken the lead. Bad Boy Butch is trying to fight back and is doing just that. A 16th left to go. It's Comanche Peak. Bad Boy Butch running on from behind, Very Satisfactory. But Comanche Peak wins the finale. Bad Boy Butch second, then came Very Satisfactory. And Shaking the Bell holds on for 4th at 1:39.39 seconds.
Carry over in the pick 6, Comanche Peak. Ruben Silvera for Juan Bernardini.
And right early on in the race, I looked over at you and I said, wow, Comanche Peak actually broke well today. And that was the key. Ruben Silvera did a great job getting him in position. The number 2, Shaking the Bell, was on the lead, and it was the 7, Bad Boy Butch, who Maggie liked. Him was a great call. He ran very well today, kind of making that first move, but Comanche Peak was able to wear that one down and just not left with so much to do. We saw him making up some ground last time out, going the 1 1/8, just from very far off of it. He didn't need to cover quite so much ground today.
So Comanche Peak, you know, we talk about upside with some horses, and this one had only been on the dirt a couple of times. You know, one of them going maybe a little bit farther than he wanted to go, and as you said too, the break may be key for this horse today, breaking the best probably he ever has. 9-1 winner to close things out, results in the pick 6 carryover. Let's take a look at the break for the 4.
And yeah, I mean, he's not the quickest with the gate speed, but he broke much better than we're typically used to him doing. And right here, Ruben Silvera, we talked about his aggression early on. He guides him forward. Look how much closer he is typically. I mean, last time out, he was 10 lengths back early on, and now he's in that stalking spot, able to sit a perfect trip. It's just such a big key, like Richie always talks about, get your position going forward. Don't leave yourself with so much to do, especially at this low level.
Comanche Peak, well done, Ruben Silvera. JP Racing Stable, Paradise Farms, and Juan Bernardini, the trainer. No longer a maiden after starting 0 for 8. Third try on the dirt, successful here at 9-1, and now we got to carry over in the pick 6. Heading into our Friday card with its 9-1 shot, closing out our Thursday action prices. When we come back, is it's Comanche Peak in the nightcap.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. A very happy Ruben Silvera, as he should be. Well done. Put this horse in winning position early on with a much better break than usual. Comanche Peak at 9-1 to close out our action. Let's go to Maggie.
That third start on the dirt was a charm for Comanche Peak. And Juan, we saw him cutting back in distance. I know he's not a horse that gets out of the gate that cleanly, but Ruben really got him to break today.
Yeah, he did. He did a beautiful job on him. He wanted him up. I get him. He always want him up beautifully. He came out of there running. So I was impressed with how he came running out of the break. So that was a good point. That's why we win the race there.
Yeah, having that more forward position and a horse that he's a big, heavy kind of guy. I'm sure it's taken a little bit of work to get him totally fit.
Yeah, he did. He's a big, round, big horse. So he always take time to warm up and, to get there. So I'm so happy the opportunity of the owner they give me, so I appreciate it so much and I'm working hard every day. So we're going to go there.
I know you are working hard. For sure, your horses always look tremendous too.
Thank you very much. Yes.
And one thing we have in common, we have one of our favorite horses. I was just showing you pictures of him. Juan used to work for my husband, and you and 91 Assault, you won a big race together.
Yeah, we did. We doing in Louisiana, the Louisiana bred days. He was a big boy, and he's a lovely boy, such a lovely boy. He's good boy, good horse.
You always are endear my heart when you ask about him, but congratulations here with Comanche Peak. Big win for him.
Thank you very much.
All right, my man Juan Bernardini, El Jefe, as we used to call him, gets the win here in the nightcap, Greg.
Well done. $20.60 end to this Thursday program, and as a result of that, again, we're going to have a pick six carryover on Friday.
Yeah, get to studying. Not the easiest card tomorrow. 16,000 plus in that carryover. A big price here of a horse that had shown a little bit on the dirt last time out. Found the right spot to get the win, and loved getting a chance to hear from Juan Bernardini. This is when some of those interviews are so fun, when you get a chance to hear from connections you may not know that much about.
We thought this last race was one of the most wide open on the card, and it provides the biggest price in the late pick five.
Yeah, $20.60. Not the easiest pick five sequence to find with that last race as well.
Trying to get a live audience here Sunday morning. What are you doing at 1 a.m. on Sunday?
Wow. Well, I'm going to be up watching you on the
I would
Japan
hope so.
Cup.
No, really, I've been to this race a couple of times. It's a fascinating event, and first time in a long time this year, they have a true international cast with some major runners that are going to line up from outside of Japan, including former Breeders' Cup Turf winner Auguste Rodin.
It makes it for a really exciting piece of it coming into this race. He had such a good year last year. He's six-time Group 1 winner, second last time out in the Group 1 Irish Champion Stakes behind Economics, who's arguably the leader over in Europe right now. Skipped the Breeders' Cup to go to the Japan Cup instead, and it will be fun to see what he does, because he's been a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde this year. What kind of performance will we get from Auguste Rodin, who obviously has a world of talent?
And you love to see him showing up. The fact that he's by Deep Impact, who's had such a huge impact on their breeding program over there, one of the superstars of racing of Japan. So we'll see. He's coming off a narrow runner-up finish to the talented Economics in that Irish Champion Stakes. Goliath looks like he could be very tough. The horse who's finished ahead of our Breeders' Cup Turf winner, Rebels Romance, finished ahead of Blue Stocking, who came back and won the Arc de Triomphe. We'll have the inside post, too.
And Goliath not eligible for the Arc because he's a gelding. And so coming in from France, coming in for that Japan Cup makes it really interesting and very worldly. As you mentioned, Greg, though, it's going to be hopefully the first time the last 18 years, the race has been won by a Japanese-based horse, and I think you have a much more international flair this year than we've had in the race in some years past, but it makes for a really intriguing group coming forth.
So, yeah, we hope you join us. Again, 1 a.m. Sunday morning, technically Saturday night, if you're staying up late. But, yeah, we hope to see you for that coverage. It's going to be a treat to bring that to you, so hope to see you this weekend. Earlier today, in the opener, Sharp Smile kicking things off. Brad Cox Barn, Manny Franco, and start number 3, The Charm.
A horse that started out on the turf and then last time out finishing second on the main track. Blinkers coming off. She's not the easiest to handle. She was trying to get out on Manny Franco pretty much throughout the entirety of the race, and you see her drifting out in the stretch, but she is able to hold clear over Kiss Me Slow, who was fourth on debut behind Breeders' Cup champion Immersive, and I think the slam dunk for champion 2-year-old fillies. So the two horses that look to be the strongest on paper, their previous form running 1-2, but nice effort.
So Sharp Smile, second try on dirt, third start overall. Figured would have first run on Kiss Me Slow, and that one unable to run this one down here. So a 2-year-old filly for Brad Cox with Manny Franco the win. That was to kick off the action earlier today. Again, coming up this weekend, New York Stallion Series and those separate divisions, Staten Island division, that is race 7, fillies and mares. Look at the field that will line up in this spot. And Brown Sugar Babe comes in looking for the 7th win of her career. She comes in off a win at a mile with an 82 buyer in the process.
She was impressive last time out in beating Miss Lau, who was coming off the back of a win and put quite a bit of separation away from that one. Disappointed as the favorite 2 starts back, but overall has shown some good things since coming over here to the NYRA circuit. 2 for 3 of her last 3 races since coming over to Aqueduct. You always wonder how that Parks form is going to translate, and lately she's been translating it. Ruben Silvera will stay aboard.
Let's see if Ruben Silvera can keep that good mojo going after taking the nightcap here. Meanwhile, Athena Beach just won half her starts. She's been in the money in 10 of 12 lifetime. And this was 2 starts back in a win at Belmont and Aqueduct.
And she was very much with the track this day. You really wanted to be inside, particularly forward and inside. But she was able to hold off the old class horse in Mosienko. And then last time out, we saw her go into the Iroquois and get run down late, weakening in the stretch there. But as you said, overall throughout her career, she's been very consistent. She was second behind Tricky Temper, who was on a roll this summer up in Saratoga. And honestly, it's kind of surprising looking at her. But that Iroquois last time was her first try in stakes company. So maybe we're going to see a stronger performance from her today. This weekend, I should say, drawn outside.
Is it Sunday Girls presence a problem for her, though?
Yes, because the Athena Beach has one way of going, and that's to the front end. And then you've got Sunday Girl, who lately has been a huge pace presence as well.
Hope you join us for our weekend coverage. Again, that New York Stallion Series, Staten Island division, Thunder Rumble division. That is a loaded race. We talked quite a bit about it today. It's going to be fun on Saturday afternoon. We are back, though, tomorrow at 12 Eastern start time with our FS2 coverage. So we hope to see you then. We got a Pick 6 carryover. Going to do a little extra hard handicapping.
Yeah.
Are you talking horses tomorrow, by the way?
Andy
All
Sterling and I for Talking Horses in the morning.
Sharp Smile, as we showed you, taking the opener on the card. Manny Franco, Brad Cox teaming up, and it was a terrific feature, the 7th. My Bronx Baby, betting public got it right. Back-to-back wins with his speedster, Christopher Elliott, on board for both those wins. We will see you tomorrow, again, noon Eastern start time on a Pick 6 carryover Friday.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.